Hello, you spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. Welcome on into the cult of Vain, the home of hedonism. Here, on this little corner of Twitch that we call twitch.tv/ValenVain. Or if you're on the VODs channel, then youtube.com/@VODs and Vanity. I think. Just VODs and Vanity on YouTube, alright? So, something like that. How are you doing, you spectacular individuals? I realized that I saw you all yesterday, but how were your weekends? I didn't really get a chance to chat to everybody yesterday, which is what today's all about. Today's all about chatting. Inane ramblings and shit, you know? How you doing, you cheeky devils? How's it going, Monkey Mel? Yeah, oh, my lordy, first in there. Calandra coming in. Oh, shit, I still haven't fucking updated my...
3 years. Crikey. Baby named Tempest.
Oh, my lordy. Baby named Tempest. All right, I will get the book. I still need to put all the names on the thing. I've been so fucking busy. Oh, October, why do you do this to me? I've been so fucking busy, but I will inscribe your name upon the Mirror Vein. By having your name upon the Mirror Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you roll over every morning, look in the mirror, go, God, do I look rough? Oh, God, you've done it, haven't you?
Aliens.
Confound it, Rach. Confound it. Could have waited like 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Good Lord. Jesus Christ, these hype trains are murdering me. But the most important thing, Calandra, as you well know after 3 years, is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you know? Thank you so much for the 100 little panderings, Rach, you cheeky devil. Hold on, let me get the book. The book. Hup. Where is the book? Oh, it's here. It's here. Yeah, cool. Just checking on things. All right, Tempest. Tempest, where's me gold pen?
Panda to my ego, panda to it, panda to it!
Have you seen the hype about these corduroy pillowcases? They're making headlines everywhere.
I was so confused for a second there. Who did that? Zabadian! That is the sound that many people wish between their thighs. That's the one. That is the one. Thank you very much, Rach. Thank you very much. There are 300 little panderings there. Tempest. Tempest is now inscribed within the cutest in the galaxy. For they are, along with all of the other Vain babies, the cutest in the galaxy. It's true. It's the only way we know how to be. It is the only way that we know how to be. Gosh darn it. You cheeky little devils. How are we all doing? How's it going? Authenticata, this song is a banger. That song is by Castle Rat. It's called Wolf the First. Or Wolf Eye. Whichever way you want to put it. But yeah, that was Castle Rat. I'm a big fan of Castle Rat at the moment. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, they are a very, very good... They're a very young band, but they play very 70s style, like fantasy metal. And I've become quite the fan of them, for sure. Mavis Moonlight, how you doing? I hear you have some good news for us. Mavis, tell us the news. Tell us the news, you cheeky little devil. Gorgeous must need, right?
Panda to my ego, panda to it, panda to it!
What do you get when you cross a vampire and a snowman? Frostbite.
I can't deal with this. Got Zooey Booey coming out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting that from you, Zooey Booey. I know you're all dazzled by my fancy eyes. I feel like I'm like really pale today. But my fancy eyes. Well, I just turn the light up too far. Turn my light up too much. Now it's too down. Now better? That feels about right. That feels about okay. That feels all right. Now you get to see the colors. Thank you very much for the 100 little pandering, Zooey Booey. God damn it, you shit. You shit. I've lost all my fucking stuff. So who knows that singing? So that was Castle Rat that was singing the intro song there. Hope everyone's having a good day. Milky Pork, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Also, how you doing, J2? Must know this song. In fact, you know what? I can literally link you it. Shush. There we go. That link right there will take you straight to the YouTube page. There you go. Now you know. Now you can save it. I like playing like unsigned bands because it gives them a little bit more coverage. And I listen to a lot of unsigned bands. So it's nice to give them a little bit extra. You know, first of all, I don't have to worry about too much about copyright because I'm playing it live. So all you people on the VODs haven't heard that by any stretch of the imagination, but you still should go and check out Castle Rat. Very, very good band. But I like playing them because I don't have to worry about copyright so much on Twitch. Wayward Nerd! Coming in with the Prime. Been a while. How are you? Hey, it has been a little while. How are you doing, you cheeky devil? How's it going? I am busy as fuck. I've had a very, very busy week. I've had a very busy weekend. I've got a lot to talk about, but we haven't got onto any of it yet, so you haven't missed a bloody thing. And you just literally, with less than 30 seconds to go, you pushed us into a bloody level 2 hype train. There are another 3 streams after today that I have got to do cheap hype trains for. 3 bloody streams. However, I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know, you cheeky devil. You cheeky devil. Thank you very much for coming in the Prime there.
Panda to it. Oh,
come on now.
Make note, chat. 3 more streams of Cheap Brat Train. Make note.
3 more streams.
Panda to it.
I don't get this new hype around synthetic meats. I mean, why are we reinventing the veal?
Oh, that was poor. That was pause about it. That was so poor. Oh, good Lord. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings. I appreciate that. Yes, I will indeed let you know, 100%. Yeah, I like playing indie bands because or like independent unsigned bands to give them a bit of coverage, give them a view, let you hear some more about the stuff that I have been listening to, and it gives them, you know, it's just a nice little cheeky bit of publicity. Just a cheeky bit of publicity, you know. Phoenix Adventure, Cheeky Devil. Yeah, I usually post links. I do sometimes. I don't always. Sometimes I forget completely and utterly. Ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside in between, 3 minutes ago, Alex 51399_20, or as we know them, Alex, redeemed to praise the mods. Could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful moderators. Mods, you beautiful beings. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks very much for all of your work, all the stuff you do for me behind the scenes, and all the stuff for this wonderful community. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. How's it going, Lunicorn? Welcome on in, you cheeky devil. Wait, big fire. What fire? Fire? Fire. Da 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 da. Watch me burn. What if it's Monty and not Valen? What are you talking about? What are you saying? What is going on?
The good news, I have my outfit all sorted for Devil's Parlor, so very excited for it and meeting new lovelies.
Oh, Mavis Moonlight, Mavis Moonlight. Yeah, that's happening on Friday, which is the reason why I don't have any time, because I have been sorting everything today, getting everyone's music, doing all the bits and pieces sorted, getting all the performer packs sorted, getting all the running orders sorted, working out when I can get in to decorate the entire venue. It's going to be a busy week. It's going to be a busy week. And I'm going to be open and honest with you, because you know I like to be open and honest with you. 2 weeks ago.
Panda to me.
Actually, not even that.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
There were 12 fish in a pond. One of them dies. Why did the water level in the pond rise? Because the other fish were crying.
No! No! False news. No. No. God damn it. No, Sebastian. Damn it. Damn it, Sebastian. No. Oh my God. What I was saying, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, friends. A week ago, well, technically about 10 days ago, I was this close to cancelling Devil's Parlour. I was this close. Because ticket sales, not only for my cabaret, but for all cabarets, have been absolutely atrocious. And I am looking at losing a significant amount of money if ticket sales don't pick up. Because we don't make any money off Devil's Parlour. We literally, like, do Devil's Parlour to break even. Because all of the money that we get from it, we put straight back into it. Because that's the way I like to do things. Do you know what I mean? Especially for like new events and new things. We've only been doing Devil's Parlour 4 years now, 3 years, 4 years, something like that. It started off as Devil's Night, and then we did Devil's Parlour last year. What is Devil's Parlour? Devil's Parlour is my Halloween cabaret. So I run Ken, which is like the big erotic cabaret, and then Devil's Parlour is the Halloween cabaret. And October's always full of events. There's loads and loads and loads of different events going on. People are obviously being a lot more cautious now because winter's coming, and last winter was really fucking expensive. So I completely get why people are like waiting to the last minute to see if they have got enough money to go to these events. But there is a fear, there is a perpetual fear with all of these things. Because if we don't sell the tickets, then we've got to either cancel the show, or which I very nearly did, like this time last week, a couple of days, yeah, like last Saturday, or we go on out of sheer stubbornness, but just have constant fear and stress. And I've decided the latter. I've decided to go on from sheer stubbornness. And there is a lot of fear and stress. I'm not going to lie about it. But regardless, I'm doing it. I've committed now. I've committed. All of the performers' hotels are booked. All the performers' travel is booked. They're literally traveling from all over the UK to come to our event and put on a show. So we're going to do it. We're going to have a fucking great time. We're going to have a wonderful, wonderful time. And hopefully, fingers crossed, touch all the wood. Hopefully we sell enough tickets in the next few days to break even. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But it does make me unsure about running other events in the future, because I've got ideas for all of the events. I've got ideas for every type of event that could possibly be. Primarily cabarets, because that's where my repertoire is, but no fucking point in starting those if nobody's buying any tickets. Do you know what I mean? Especially because my events are real expensive to run. You know, how's it going, Giles? Hello, you cheeky devil. Millen, you wonderful individual. Enjoyed watching the stream yesterday. Went to see The Craft in the theater, so I didn't see all of it. Did you, when you say The Craft, Millen, as in the OG The Craft movie, the old 1990s one, that one, because that was fucking excellent. I have fond memories of that. All right, I have fond memories of this. Yes, it is, Rach. It is definitely still as cheap bat train for 7 streams after the party stream. We're on stream 4, because this is the 4th stream. Every stream that I'm not wearing black eyeshadow is a cheap Brattain stream, because it's 7 streams of no black eyeshadow and 7 streams of cheap Brattain. You know? Holding spoons and space for friends dealing with some big shit. I'm glad that they have you there available, Authenticator, to help those to hold those spoons and that space for them. Mayor Whitefire, how you doing? Things the Fens, you beautiful individual. Big Fire, got to keep warm. What about what are you talking about? Fires? Why is there fires?
Panda to it. Panda to it.
When did you realize you've lost control of the brats?
When did I realize? What are you talking about, Razotter? I have complete control of the brats as well, you know. All right, don't you be coming in here giving out misinformation, getting people's hopes up. Don't you dare. All right? Good Lord. That's not the way this works. I'm in complete control at all times, as we all know. All right? Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. How's it going, Kierdoen? How you doing? I now know how to pronounce your name properly, which is great, which is wonderful. Castle Rat now have your following. I'm very glad to hear it. They are very, very good. They make me very, very happy. Wayward Nerd, always a pleasure to see you, beautiful bean. How is life treating you? Eris Ptolemy coming in with a 300 streams in a row you've been streaking through here. Once again, my activity feed on my dashboard is no longer actually updating. Good Lord. Good Lord. Preposterous, I tell you. Stupedia, how's it going? Really enjoyed your collab stream yesterday. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. We had a lot of fun. I'm hoping to be able to do it again this Sunday with Misuki. Doing another collab stream with Misuki this Sunday. Hopefully finishing Little Nightmares 3. Because we very much enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. Last night. There were a couple of little bugs, but nothing that we couldn't deal with that took away from any of it, which was good. I have heard that there are a lot more bugs if you are playing solo, though. So I'd be interested to speak to somebody who's played it solo and find out how they feel about it. But it is a lot of fun, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I'm hoping, again, if I've got... It depends. It really depends on how well the pack down goes for Devil's Parlor. If the pack down's nice and easy... Actually, there might not be any pack down. Because we tend to leave everything up for them to do their Halloween events as well. In which case, it's much more likely there will be a stream on Sunday. But I still need to speak to Misuki, make sure that she's free, you know? Someone breathed in a weird way and set off one in my stream the other day. Set off one what? I've forgotten the context, Kedwin. You have to remind me. Oh, a hype train. So there is a setting. If that's what you're talking about, the hype train, Kedwin. Yeah, hype train. There is a setting in your hype train settings, which is under... Is it under other revenue? No. Community. Yeah, so if you go into your dashboard... Go to monetization, and there is a tab in there called community. In there, your hype train settings. In your hype train settings, there is a little on-off switch, which is called high engagement moments. I have turned it the fuck off because I do not trust Twitch's AI in any way, shape, or form. But it basically uses Twitch's bots decide when it's a particularly exciting stream and just kicks off a hype train out of nowhere for no reason. Nobody really, everyone gets very confused. It's one of the most Twitch have done some good shit, like stream together. When me and Umisuki were doing it on Sunday night, we were streaming together, our chats were together, our hype trains were together. It was all very, very fun and cool, and it was nice to have that sort of like banter between the communities, you know. That was really cool. I really enjoyed that. That was something that Twitch have done very, very right after much of trial and error of doing it wrong. But the high engagement moments thing is preposterous, and in my personal opinion, real fucking stupid. It's just like, oh, it's an exciting moment. Might as well kick off a hype train, even though nobody's actually like tried to kick one off yet. Yeah, it's stupid and preposterous, but I strongly recommend that if you are a small to mid streamer, and when I say mid streamer, I mean anybody under 500 concurrent viewers, you turn off high engagement hype trains. That is preposterous. All it is likely to do is make it look like we're money grabbing, and we're not. We're not money grabbing. We're just existing. Do you know what I mean? We're just existing. How's it going, One True Double? How you doing? Where did you get your lovely yellow raincoat from yesterday, please? Calandra. It was a Amazon purchase. Oh, and do you know what? I'm an Amazon affiliate as well, so I can copy that link and send it over so that if you choose to buy a beautiful yellow raincoat from my link, then I get a little kickback. And recently Amazon have been like, hey, do you want to join our affiliate program and actually get more of a kickback, which is great. I like that. That's very kind of them. This link here that I am putting into chat, that is my Amazon associate link for the yellow raincoat. So it was like 11 quid, 12. Yeah, it's £11, 14 pence. For medium, large, extra large, or extra large for the yellow raincoat. So if you're interested in a yellow raincoat, comes down to about my knees. The one that I was wearing specifically to look like 6 from Little Nightmares 1. Then that link there will take you to it. Thank you very much for asking, Calandra. But yeah, it was just like an Amazon one because I was like, oh, I need a quick... It was a very last minute decision where I turned around to Misuki and was like, hey, we need to do something fun for our co-stream. And Misuki was like, okay, what are you thinking? And I was like, we should wear yellow raincoats. And Misuki was like, that's a great idea. Let's do that. So, yeah. So yeah, that's where the yellow raincoat came in. How's it going, Fiends? I hope everyone's had a good weekend. I spent the weekend at a craft fair getting supplies and ideas for new basket designs. That sounds very, very exciting. I had a very, 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 very busy weekend. It was quite manic and preposterous. Thursday night, went to see the... if you've seen my YouTube video, then you know exactly where I went. Thursday night, went to see the Strange Journey documentary, which is the Rocky Horror Picture Show 50-year anniversary documentary, which I didn't realize was created by Richard O'Brien's son. It was Richard O'Brien's son that created the Strange Journey documentary. Absolutely excellent. First documentary that I've ever cried in. There was tears in my eye holes, just like, oh, my little heart. Strongly recommend you also go and check out my YouTube video, because why wouldn't you? That would be nice. That would be glorious. That would be fantastic. Yeah, do the whole thing on the Thurston Vanity channel that I've just clicked out there, because I did like a full thing of it. I'm getting ready, going into the whole thing, being there, and then my sort of review of it all, because it made me feel all of the emotions. All of the emotions. Also, very, very educational documentary about the whole history of Rocky Horror Picture, which I am very, very passionate about as well, you know. So, went to see that on Thursday. Friday, went to see a whole load of short films as part of the Unthinkable Film Festival, which is the thing that I've been doing this seminar on last week. Which was great fun. Did that on Friday, as well as doing all the... Oh, and naturally was editing all day Friday in order to make sure I got the video out for... made sure I got the video out for the YouTube in time. Then Saturday was prepping. Where's all my list of things that I was doing? Today. No, not today. Oh, yeah, of course. Fucking hell. Oh, good lord. Yeah, Saturday, I had a very little bit of a lie-in by like an extra hour. Watched some anime. Chilled out for a little bit. Then was editing a song. Then editing a whole load of other stuff. Then prepping more stuff for Devil's Parlor. Then went back out on the evening to the Unthinkable celebration, where they had the award ceremony for Unthinkable Bits and Pieces. Then went out for their night out. Then Sunday, obviously, got up and did the stream with Misuki, which meant there was a few things that I hadn't already done that I needed to prep, like prepping Misuki's little puppet individual that speaks when Misuki was speaking, and of course getting Misuki's logo in there, doing all that stuff, working out how all that works, because I've never worked with like PNG tubers before, never really done any of that. It's all very, very new to me, so I was like, okay, what the fuck do I do now? So that was all new. did the stream. The stream was meant to last 4 hours. The stream on Sunday afternoon was meant to last 4 hours. Just please be aware of that. It was meant to last 12 till 4. Mizuki and I got so carried away with the game that we ended up streaming for 6.5 hours. Nearly 7 hours. It was ridiculous. Great, amazing, but ridiculous. Then finished that, had some food, and got straight on with more editing. More editing and prepping bits and pieces. So yeah, it's been really, really busy. It's been really manic. And then today I was just getting all... This week, I'm pretty much doing nothing but Devil's Parlour this week. And trying to find time to edit all of the Unthinkable Film Festival stuff so that can go out on Friday for Friday's YouTube video. Because I don't need sleep. It's all right. That's great. I'll just keep going. That was, you know what I mean? Well, it's great. Oh, that was the other thing I did on Saturday. I went to see a film screening of wild sheep in the Dales. Is it the Dales? And how the wool industry is dying in the UK, and how corporate farming has changed, and how there's all these little local farmers that still exist and stuff. It was very, very interesting. Wasn't expecting it. It wasn't a documentary. It was a anthropological video essay, which is different to a documentary. Very interesting. I'm learning all about the cinema dynamics. The whole of the Unthinkable Film Festival was actually really, really interesting because there was so like I'm a cabaret person. I'm not a film person. I'm a cabaret person. I've obviously got more and more into film. Like, it was like cabaret, theater. That was my thingy. Then obviously content creation came around, and I started getting more and more into understanding the ways about content creation, different cameras, different audio stuff, bits and pieces. And then I went from all of that to then now looking at film and being like, oh shit, now I can really think about other things like camera angles and like different scenery. Before I've just been like, oh, I'll just chat to the camera. I'm just chatting away, all fun and games, all shits and giggles. But now my brain's getting all creative, being like, oh, actually, I could do like a scene on the sofa where like my camera's at a quirky angle and you can see me on the sofa and I'm chatting away. I need to work out how to make my Rode mic work properly, but I could totally do some stuff like that that'll make it a little bit more interesting than just me sat here talking, chatting away to my face. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, there's been a lot. My brain's been whirring. The Dutch tilt, exactly, yeah. My brain's been whirring, and I've been looking at some other, like, documentary-style things, being like, okay, what is it, not is it just about the subject matter, but what is it about this that is making it engaging? What is it about it that's making it engaging? What is it about it that's making people want to watch it in regards to just purely the cinematography? So now my brain's working on that side of things, being like, okay, how can I make my YouTube videos more engaging? How can they be personable, be informative, but also actively engaging? Do you know what I mean? So my brain's whirring, which is a terrible, terrible thing at the moment because I don't have the fucking time to think. I don't have the time for my brain to be whirring. All I've got is working. Work. I need to get Devil's Parlour done. And then I need to get all of the shows done. That's a really good point, actually. I have just remembered that another show has been announced. Which means I can actually edit all of the thingies one. Halloween stream party. No. Hometown gig is this one. Velveteen Vixen's show in Grimsby. Just remembering to change my bits and pieces. Oh, fucking hell, I can actually delete all of those things as well, can't I? Fucking hell. I have done loads this week and not deleted a single thing off my upcoming events list. What a silly sausage I am. A silly, silly sausage I am. Good Lord.
Yeah,
Anyway.
You subscribed. Most kind.
Grand Zanark!
Oh hey look,
Oh, hey.
45 months of the brilliant Valen Vane, and it's also our 5th Twitch baby. I'm pretty sure you've only written 3 names in the book. I think. I don't know.
Well, you can't expect me to go back through the book trying to find your name, because there are a lot of names in there. There are a lot of names in there. However, if you want to name this Twitch baby, I am more than happy for you to do that. What name do you want to put in there? 45 months, Grand Zenak. I will inscribe your name upon the Mirror Vein. Not at the moment, because I am a good, significant amount of them behind. It's becoming a bit of a problem, if I'm completely honest with you. But I've got too much to do. It's October, and this is the busiest of October I've had in years, and they've always been busy. Do you know what I mean? But anyway... I will inscribe your name upon the Mirror Vein. By having your name upon the Mirror Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror. Oh, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know. Petronella. Okay. Where did I put the book? The book of Twitch babies is here to stay. I mean, what? What? Grand Zenarch with the baby Petronella. And it was 45 months. You and Stupedia are the only ones that have got 45-month babies in this. Your name, or the name, Petronella, for your 5th Vein baby, is now inscribed within the cutest in the galaxy. For that is where all of the Vein babies belong, for they are the cutest in the galaxy. You know? And thank you so much for coming in for 45 months and being a monthly subscriber, which takes us that one step closer to the 70-30 split, which is very exciting. Very, very exciting times, you know. Right, that was enough of me rambling about all of the interesting and peculiar things that I've been doing. What is the link for the tickets, Rach? Oh, got it here somewhere. I've got it here somewhere. The tickets for Devil's Parlor are there. The tickets for Devil's Parlor are there. There we go. That should hopefully... asking for a friend. Whoever your friend is, get them to buy tickets. Help me out. Buy tickets to my event. Woo! Because, you know, it's a delightfully difficult time for you, you know. Yesterday, I noticed 4 events while hiking on Pietapad. One even blocked the trail itself. I had to cut it short. God damn it, somebody. God damn it. It's a fabulous night. This year in particular, Lunicorn, I'm really excited about. Even though ticket sales are the worst ticket sales that we've had for any event in the past 10 years. But that isn't just us. That is like all cabarets are really, really struggling at the moment. Even though that is occurring, the performers that I've booked are just so good. They're just so good. They're unhinged as shit, but that's what we need for a fucking Valentine's Day cheeky little fucking scary dairy Halloween show. Do you know what I mean? So I'm very excited to see the performers. And I am absolutely powering through just purely out of sheer optimism and stubbornness. But there is definitely little stress just sitting at the back of my skull. The back of my skull, you know. Can't wait for it. The last of my outfit will be here tomorrow, and the Gothlet is designing and making my nails. Yeah, it's very exciting. It's very, very exciting. It's an in-person event. Yes, it would go if I lived in the same country. Kia Doen, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I used to be in a band called The Hinges. We opened for The Doors.
Oh, I was wondering where that was going. Oh, come on. God damn it, Zabadian. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings, you shit. You shit, you. Kierwen, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We have been looking. It's a difficult scenario we're faced with at the moment because obviously with our cabarets, we've got loads and loads of ideas for different types of cabaret. Not just Ken, not just Devil's Parlor, but other ones with like specific themes and stuff like that, where we're like, okay, we're gonna do like a cyberpunk one, or we're gonna do like a comedy one. We're just like things that have got specific themes, and we'll do like a one-off here and there, here and there, here and there, all fun and games, shits and giggles, right? That was the initial plan. We were going to do like themed style cabaret events. And then part of that plan was like, right, how do we get this programmed up so that we can sell like online tickets so that people that don't live in the country, people that are not as mobile, people that like get ill last minute or what have you, like people that are not able to attend the gig like directly are still able to see the cabaret through digital live stream. Do you know what I mean? And we thought that would be a really cool way, first of all, to let all of my wonderful community be able to see some of the work that I do, but also to be like an accessible thing to allow people to see the cabaret. Obviously, you don't get to have the atmosphere and stuff like that, but to see the cabaret from further away. If travel was an issue, or mobility was an issue, or like not being able to leave the house was an issue, do you know what I mean? Like social anxiety was an issue. It would give a lot more out there, and I really, really wanted to do something like that, you know? I really wanted to do something like that, but the issue that we've got, as we have had for the past few years, is when we're not making any money off the events that we run, where's the money to start investing in new gear to start streaming it, live streaming everything? Do you know what I mean? Short of tearing down my entire fucking setup and taking it somewhere and buying all of the new technology I would need to do online tickets to an online live stream thing that is ticketed, it just gets very, very complicated. You know what I mean? It gets very, very complicated. But I appreciate the fact that you would come if you lived in the same country. Do you know what I mean? Love the last year's Devil's Parlor. You know, me and Ken wish we could make this week's one, but the cost of hotels was a bit out of my budget. Entirely fair. I honestly, Pix, even though I obviously myself have just talked about the fact that I'm worried about ticket prices, not ticket prices, because it's as cheap as we are able to make it. I'm worried about ticket sales. I am genuinely worried about ticket sales. However, I also completely understand that it's expensive. Things are expensive. Do you know what I mean? The cheapest I can make the tickets is 15 quid a ticket. And by selling all of the cabaret tickets, we break even. Do you know what I mean? We make no money off this event. But I don't really care about making no money if we're actually putting on a good event. Do you know what I mean? But even so, 15 quid is a lot of money for some people, especially if you're traveling and you're staying in hotels. That all of that shit adds up. All of that shit adds up, you know? I don't fault anybody for not being able to come to my events, because I fully understand there's a million other things in the world that have to take priority. But on the other side of things, I'm also like, come on now. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You got an energy spoon for authentic card? That is very, very kind of you, Mavis. Love this. Love this. We're in the coaching a mug of tea. We love this tea. We love this tea. Tea is always great. One drunk cribble, you be over me, and I appreciate your face. How you doing, you cheeky devil? Didn't you have a holiday recently, or a couple of days away with one of your partners? Am I right in remembering this? Am I right in remembering this? Am I just completely misremembering? Am I completely getting this wrong? I really enjoyed the stream together function. I'm in the small game streaming community, and all as creators could do the shared streams, and it really brought the community together. Yeah, I really like that. There's a lot of things that Twitch do wrong, in my opinion, but the stream together feature is one that they've done right, or at least that element of it is one that they've done right. I wouldn't say no to money. I know, right? I know. I'm here exhausted, but here. We're very glad to have you here. Really did enjoy your cosplay of 6. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. How tall is your niece? Right up to my knees. So my niece is knee height, and therefore when I say that the coat went down to my niece, I meant that it went down to my knees as well. All very similar, Milky Pock. Do you know what I mean? Just a moment. How you doing? You beautiful being Shade and Sunshine, you cheeky devil. For all the people that didn't see Valen in the yellow raincoat, somebody did comment about the fact that yellow wasn't my color on Facebook, which I thought was very funny, because I don't know whether they just missed the context. Maybe they missed the fact that I was being a character from Little Nightmares. But yeah, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Sad that you missed the bonus stream. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Such is life. You know, you've got a life. You've got more things going on in your life than pandering to my inane levels of ego. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Do we just get a knee pun? I'm bent. It wasn't my knee pun. The Hatter. Thank you. It was very much Milky Pox. Gildowen, you beautiful being, stares at Valen's staring contest. I got a big bright bloody thing in my eyes. It wasn't a thingy, but you know what I mean? You're cheating. Winking is against the rules. It's not. Only blinking is against the rules. How dare you? Close one eyeball at a time. I also had the handicap of a massive bright light directly behind the camera.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it
Oh my
to
god,
me.
all these bees
I
today.
used to be in a band called 1023 Megabytes. We never made it to a gig.
I hate this. I hate this. God damn it, Zabadian. I hate this. God damn it. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. I appreciate that. God damn it. Oh, my lordy. Van has hundreds, if not thousands, of Twitch babies. He shall now be known as Father. There's definitely a couple of people in the community that call me Daddy, so, you know. Alison the Glambert, welcome back on in. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well, friend. Hope you're doing well. Disco Deliverance, how you doing? How's it going? Devil's Father's Fabulous Night, appreciate that. You look stunning, thank you very much. I'm not allowed to wear black eyeshadow for the next, well, today and the next 3 streams. So today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and possibly Sunday, I'm not allowed to wear black eyeshadow, as per the rules of the terms and conditions.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
I went to a stand-up gig of a guy named Archer. It was boring as all he had were knock-knock jokes.
It's an archery joke. It's an archery joke. You only get it if you do archery. God damn it, Sebastian. God damn it, Sebastian. God damn it. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings, you shit. Would you prefer a math joke? No, no. I mean, no science joke. No, I'm good. I'm all right. But I mean, maybe I'm just throwing this out there, like a condom in an orgy. All right, maybe we don't have dad jokes. You know, just maybe. Possibly.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to
be true.
it.
How do you tell the difference between an English major, a math major, and a programmer? Ask them what is.
What exclamation mark is? I don't get that one. That's for people that are much more intelligent than me. That's for people that know more than I did. That's a good joke. Sembar, I'm glad that you got it. That went way over my head. Going so far over my head, it's in orbit. Good lord. Thank you very much, 100 little panda rings about Ian. Good lord. Can't wait for this one. The line's amazing. It's so good. Eric Nugarius. Oh, I love your name. Hello. How you doing? Welcome back on, you beautiful bean. Appreciate you. Eric Nugarius. Fantastic name that is. Unhinged, so like us or more. More. Milky Pork. More. Let me show you one of the performers. In fact, you know what? I can do it this way. Because it'll be easier to find them. Let me show you one of the performers. Oh my god. Why is that not showing this? Oh, of course, because it goes from the others. The name. I should have muted all this, but I didn't. But you know what I can do there? I can mute it now. There we go. There's one of the performers. There's only one. Only one of the 4 performers that are joining us. This is Dairy King. This is Dairy King. They are delightfully unhinged. And I am very happy to have them on my stage in that beautiful, beautiful, unhinged way. The Milkman, yes, exactly. But I tell you what, Razala, it doesn't get... I've never seen a milkman in this light before. And I look forward to the audience's reaction. We've got Jada Love, or Jada Love. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I'm going to find out when they arrive. Johnny Spangles is the DJ.
Panda to it, panda to it.
How daring.
Oh my god, Razotta. Oh my god. Yeah, we've got me, Johnny Spangles, Jada Love, Dairy King, Dangerous Danielle, who is obviously a circus performer, and Abject Abolix. Those are our wonderful Devil's Parlor performers, which is very, very exciting. Oh, yeah, I probably should have done the trigger warnings. Jada Love, thank you very much, Killer Queen Rach. Appreciate that. I figured it might be, but I was just going to ask them themselves because I have not seen them perform personally yet. But yeah, makes me very, very happy. Particularly unhinged, and I cannot fucking wait. Cannot wait. Anyway, where was I?
Panda to my ego, panda to it, panda to it.
I asked my math teacher why 6 was afraid of 7.
7, 8, 9.
Approximately 0.3583679495453. I stared at her, confused. Seeing my confusion, she added, you know, cos 789.
Yeah, you subscribe.
Don't get it.
Most kind.
Jags!
Work lurk.
You lurk away, you beautiful being. Thank you very much for coming in for the 67 months. Good lord. 67 months. And on a tier 1, which gives us that little point towards getting our 70-30 split.
Panda to it, panda to it.
What's a ghost's favorite data type? Boolean.
Boolean? You wound me. You wound me. Chags, I will inscribe your name on the mirror vein, not this, like, right now, because I'm really, really far behind with them, because it's October and I don't have a fucking free day. But I will inscribe your name on the mirror vein. By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. By the time I actually get round to writing these, I think I'm going to fill this mirror. I would be surprised if I don't fill this mirror. Good Lord. Good Lord. God damn it. Yeah, I got the 789 bit. I got the 789. Razata, I didn't get the 0.3 somethings. All right. That's the bit I didn't get. All right. What happened to the claustrophobic astronaut? He needed a little space. Oh, Alison, don't encourage this.
Why did the ghost ride in the elevator? To lift his spirits.
Oh, no. Thank you very much for the 100 panderings. God damn it. I have a passport, just not the finances. One day I would love to go there. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Kierdwin, excuse me. One day I will be able to do shows in other places, but just not yet.
Why didn't the ghost like to take showers? Because it would dampen his spirits.
Oh, come on. That also works for alcoholic. Why didn't the alcoholic like to take showers? Because it would dampen his spirits. And it upsets me that I noticed that. It upsets me that I noticed that. That wounds me. I feel like I'm being corrupted. Also, thank you very much for 100 little panderings. God damn it. Never been to a cabaret show before. How long do they typically last? I'd love to go to one someday. Depends on the show. Disco Deliverance. So the one that we do for Ken is longer because we book more performers. And we have more intervals in it. We have 2 intervals as opposed to just the one for the Halloween show. The Halloween show is going to last about an hour and a half, but realistically speaking, when I've actually totaled all the songs and stuff like that, it's probably going to last an hour and 45 minutes. I think the one that we do for Ken lasts for 3 hours. Yeah, 9 till midnight. Thereabouts. So it's a bigger show. It's a bigger show. It just depends on who's doing the shows and who's doing the performances. I have known some cabarets, though. I have known some shows last 5 hours, 6 hours. But I would say most shows last about 2 hours. It's normally like first half, like 50 minutes, 20-minute interval, 50 minutes. Usually. But each show is different depending on like who's there, who's doing it, how many performers there are, how many slots the performers are doing, etc., etc. How long those slots last. Like one of the shows that we've got in my show on Friday, their entire routine is going to last 15 minutes. It's a 15-minute routine, which I found out today. They were like, so I've got these songs and we're doing it like this. Blah, blah, blah. Gave me all their tech details. And I was like, how long is your song? How long is your slot? And they were like 15 minutes. I was like,
a ghost walks into the bar. Sorry, sir, we don't serve spirits.
After mine, I should have known that was coming, Zabadian. No, Zabadian, no. No. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. How did I not see that coming? God damn it. Get your support for that one? Yes. Yes, Rach. No, most certainly. Yes. Because, yeah, it'll be a good 15 minutes on that one, I would imagine. So, yeah, it really depends. Disco Deliverance. It really depends on the, like, who's putting the show on, etc. We maybe set up a camera and then do a private video stream link like Zoom to ticket buyers. I've thought before.
Panda to it.
The ghost of a dog with no tail walks into a bar after closing time. Barman, sorry, we don't retail spirits after hours.
Oh, that was poor. That was poor. No, Zabadian. No. These are getting worse. Worse, Zabadian. Thank you very much, 100 little pound rings. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, I have before, Kierdoen. I have considered, like, instead of it being a live stream show, doing, like, getting, because we've got our wonderful videographer, Kayla Queen Rach, doing videography of, like, the whole show anyway. So I was like, well, I could ask Rach, pay Rach more money to put them all together as, like, one entire show, and then do, like, a pay-per-view for, like, a couple of quid, so that if people wanted to watch it, then they could, like, click on the pay-per-view thing and just be like, yeah, I'll go on and I'll watch this thing, you know, that kind of thing. I've thought about doing that before. The real issue that we have with that, the real issue that we had with that was the whole dynamic of trying to get a payment system working on our website, sorting all those little bits and pieces out. There was a lot of, like, weird bureaucracy shit that we had to deal with to try and get that sorted, and we were working on it slowly but surely. Our current issue with doing something like that is the Online Safety Act, because the Online Safety Act, at the moment, the way that it is looking, it's looking like we're going to have to shut our website down, because I can't afford the $2,000 a month it costs to have a adult-oriented website on the internet. So, and by adult-oriented website, I mean a cabaret. A website that revolves around cabaret, where even with anything that doesn't involve fucking bare naked individuals falls within the Online Safety Act, which means that my website will eventually need to have the online verification systems that I hate and despise, and I would rather shut the thing down, which is really fucking shit. But what else am I meant to do? Do you know what I mean? What else am I meant to fucking do? So yeah. You know, life. Did you know that life is full of ifs? Well, maybe just one right in the middle. Life. Oh, good lord, Grand Zenarch. Good lord, come on now. Last year was hilarious. Basically bought 2 tickets. My sleep is now a lot better. I am glad. I am glad, Pix. And your support is always appreciated. Always appreciated. You should have told me you bought 2 tickets. I would have absolutely refunded it. Or did I? No, wait. Did I refund? Did I remember? Was it that you bought, like, a cabaret ticket and like a nightclub ticket? Yeah, I did refund it. Yeah, that's cool. That's all right. That's okay. Important message in mod chat to cheer me up. I love being cheered up. What is this? Oh my god. Oh, come on. This wounds me. This wounds me. God damn it. Finley. God damn it, Finley. Next Fest is here. Next Fest is evidently here. God damn it. Long time no see, by the way. Val, miss seeing you. A lot has happened in the past few months. That's all right, Alison the Glambert. I hope that you have indulged in life and that life has brought you nothing but joys and smiles and giggles and face aches. You know? And by face aches, I mean you've giggled and laughed so much that your face has ached, you know? Lunch date yesterday turned into an overnight. The way we like to see it, one truckable. The way we like to see it, you cheeky little minx, you. Good lord. Yes, yes, yes. I don't get how much, so definitely being on my list of go-to places to these events. I'm a bit nervous and new places and stuff, but honestly, it'll all be good once I'm there. You will. You are entirely correct, Mavis. Excuse me. You are entirely correct. Once you are there, you will be absolutely glorious. Plus, the people who come to our events are always glorious individuals. They're always glorious individuals, so I'm sure that you will come down and have a wonderful, wonderful time with us. For sure, for sure. Absolutely, you know? Only for 2 hours would be fantastic. That's all, regardless. 2 hours is fantastic.
Hand it to me.
Getting out of your comfort zone is always worthwhile.
What did the tired witch do? Sat down for a spell.
Oh, these are so weak. They're so weak. Good Lord. God damn it. Milky Walk, thank you very much for 100 little panderings, you shit. You shit, you. God damn it. Where was I? How you doing, Dahata? How's it going? I was worried the niece coat might have been forgotten. Just seems that I was randomly asking you the height of your niece. Yeah. No, I got it. I got where you were coming from. Remembered that bit, do you know what I mean? Celebrating your birthday, Duchess Demona. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Duchess Demona. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Duchess Demona. I hope you have a phenomenal day, you cheeky little devil. I hope you have a great time. Whatever it is that you're choosing to do with your day, I've gone really lightheaded after that. Ooh, hello. I hope whatever it is you're choosing to do with your day is exquisite and glorious and happy and brings smiles to your little face, you cherub, you. Your little cherub. Happy cake day. Exactly. Fuck now, I'm way behind. Right, I'm gonna try and whip down a wee bit, friends. TM Spencer, how you doing? Welcome on in, cheeky devil. I've missed lots of people coming in, so if I have, yeah, just gonna have to deal with it. Hey, Lazana coming in with the 7 streams in a row. Good Lord. Streaking through here. It's getting really cold now. I don't know how you people manage it. All right. As a techie, I love this pun. Good Lord. Doing much better. Also, Semba, I didn't say hello to you. Welcome on in, you cheeky devil. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're having a good weekend. Doing much better than I was mentally. Did a brief inpatient stay last month and then really saved my mental health. I'm very, very glad to hear it. I'm very glad that it has done you well, Alison. You're feeling better about yourself, feeling more confident in yourself. You know, that's good. Always great. There's never ever any judgment for people that need to take that time as an inpatient, you know. I know quite a few people that have gone through it recently, so you are certainly not by any stretch of the imagination alone. You know, there is a tiny little fucking fruit fly flying around here. Thought I'd got them all, but apparently I haven't. Don't mind me just yelling at glue and rhinestones. TM Spencer, I'm glad to hear it. What are you gluing and rhinestoning? I need to get rhinestones. I need to make my outfits more glamorous, and I always forget, but I need to do it. There was once a meteorologist in the USSR named Rudolph the Red. One day he went to a dinner party and he was talking to a couple. The wife introduced him to her husband, explaining Rudolph the Red knows rain, dear. I hate you, kid, doing. I hate you. Genevieve Joy, how you doing? Your eyeshadow accentuates your eye color wonderfully. Why, thank you. I've gone for that. Well, the aim was peacocky. A little peacock. I was like, I'm going to go peacocky. Which means many, many, many layers of different things. Green, then dark blue, then bronzy, then teal, then white, then metallic teal, then metallic blue, then more bronzy, then all the usual gubbins for eyeliner. You know? You know? Because I'm not allowed to use color. I'm not allowed to use color. I'm not allowed to use black eyeshadow. So I was like, right, what am I going to do today? I want to do something a bit more extravagant. And naturally, then that made me late onto stream. But whatever. Physical health has been so out of shape. As decided it would be a good idea to give myself 2 bulging discs in my back for a few days ago. So I'm heavily medicated for the pain. Jesus Christ. Well, Alison the Glamber, slowly but surely, friend. Slowly but surely. As long as you get there steadily, you'll be all right. Don't push yourself too hard. Slow and steady wins the race. You know what I mean? For a programmer, the exclamation mark means not. For a mathematician, the exclamation mark means multiplying all numbers up to a certain number, and you should know the meaning in English. Exclamation! That's what an exclamation mark means. It's in the name, Zabadian. Heisenberg is pulled over by a police officer. The policeman says, "Do you know you were going 85 miles per hour?" And Heisenberg says, "Darn it, now I don't know where I am."
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you very much for the follow, you beautiful bean. I don't like to call people out just in case they're, like, lurking, but you're very welcome to hang out here. Appreciate you. You look like a member of the Addams family. I fuck with it. Rock on. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Is it Maracas Skullman? I will happily take that. The Addams family are very much goals in attitude and existence. Not to mention aesthetic. So I'll take it. Happily. Happily take it. Especially considering today is one of the few streams that I have not worn black eyeshadow. Normally I probably look even more Addams-esque, you know? But thank you very much. Welcome on in, you cheeky devil. Ladle Rice, excuse me. Making official cabaret debut this Sunday. Oh my lordy, what's the cabaret that you're in, TM Spencer? Maybe some people are going to be around and they might be able to come and see your show. You know what I mean? Heisenberg Resident Evil reference. The Heisenberg, the character, the person, I would imagine. The uncertainty principle is a physics joke. Yeah, I figured that would be the case. Just finished a video from another show, which is why I know. I appreciate that, Rach. Appreciate the heads up. Brain does not understand physics much? No. Mine does in very specific circumstances and not in any others. A trigonometry joke? Why would you do this to me? You know that I am not good. Like for math jokes and for Valen, the cosinus or cosinus of 789 is 0.358. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. The coziness of 789 is 0.3. They don't have much coziness. They've only got 0.39% of coziness. Very small amount of coziness. Whereas 2, very cozy number. 6 and 9 together, the coziest of numbers. Absolutely. Principle that says it's impossible. I'm not going to read all the science. It will melt my brain, and my brain needs power to be able to do all the work I need to do this week. Do I get math jokes unless it's simple math? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Alexandra Griffin. Can I get a shout out for hey Alexandra Griffin, please? I would appreciate that. Sensing Zabadi and trying to hitch at the brat train. You can't. Not for another while. It's like an hour cooldown, 2 hours cooldown, something like that. People go check out my dear friend Alexander Griffin. They're very shiny. Look at how shiny they are. They are glorious and spectacular. They play a lot of story games. A lot of story games that tug on the heartstrings. Make them feel emotions. If you enjoy watching somebody cry.
Hand to it.
A sphere and a Taurus walk into a bar. When it comes time to pay the tab, the Taurus is out of cash. The sphere says, "Sorry man, I can't cover you."
Oh, yeah, the Taurus. Yeah, but don't worry, the sphere went over to the Geminis and they had a 3-way. Yeah. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, right. Crying is your brand. Yeah, if you like watching somebody cry, go check out Hey Alexander Griffin. I'm usually all for the dad jokes, but remember, Valen can get fatigued on them if they are overdone. I certainly can. I certainly can. I appreciate you remembering that, Stupedia. I certainly can. That is true. That is very, very true. Disclaimer, alcoholism and addiction addicts are triggers for me. So if it comes up, I might excuse yourself. No, that's fine. That's all right. Kierdoen, I have an ongoing thing where I do try and very much appreciate people's triggers. I try and appreciate people's mental health, mental stability, and try and make this a safe-ish place for everybody. And when I say safe-ish, it's because there is no space that is going to be 100% safe. However, I also say that it is very much a viewer's responsibility, no matter where you are on the internet, whether it be here or anywhere else. It is your responsibility to also look after your own mental health. And if anybody needs to take a step out, if anybody needs to take a step away, just be like, do you know what? I'm going to take a step out. I need to, for my own mental health, I need to walk away for 5 minutes, go make a cup of tea, come back in a little while. Then you are, first of all, welcome to do so. Second of all, encouraged to do so, because your mental health is far more important than this stream. And third of all, I genuinely very much appreciate people taking responsibility for their own mental health. Because I have been in far too many places, especially on the internet, where people expect their mental health to be adhered to by everyone around them, regardless of anything else. And that's not the way that the world works. It is healthy for us to take accountability for our own mental health, myself included. So please, if anybody needs to step away from any of the conversations that we have, any of the jokes that we're having, any of the bits and pieces, there's certain things I won't joke about because I just don't find them funny, and I'll be very, very open and clear about that. Yeah, exactly, Finley. You can never 100% avoid triggers. You need to learn how to deal with them too. Well, this is the thing, Finley. Like, I was speaking to a couple of psychologists actually, and the whole trigger warning thing is, these are the things in a psychology point of view. These are the things that trigger you as an individual. So say me. Let's not say you. Let's say me. All right. If I was speaking to a psychologist and there were certain things that I needed as trigger warnings, they are triggers for me. They are my triggers, not everybody else's triggers. And the work that a psychologist, a psychiatrist, counselor, therapist, etc. does with the patient is to identify those triggers and then work with them to be able to manage them. Not necessarily overcome them, because some triggers can't be overcome. I fully understand that. But be able to manage them so that they are less effective, less debilitating, etc. And I found that really, really interesting, because there is a theory out there, and I'm not saying it's right and I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm saying that it exists. But there is a theory out there that trigger warnings are actually worse for patients, because by having the trigger warning, you are preparing the patient for that trigger, therefore building the anxiety of the fact that the trigger is going to happen and causing the patient more mental stress than if they just had to deal with it there and then anyway. Which I'm not saying is right, I'm not saying is wrong. I would imagine it's probably very, very individual, depending on the person. If you're a particularly anxious person and the fear of the fear itself is something that causes your anxiety, that's the whole thing, you know? Yes, exactly. Trigger warnings can increase a patient's reaction over using avoidant tactics. Yeah. And avoidance can be very bad. Yeah, no, 100%. And I think it's very much something that needs to be discussed between therapist, counselor, psychiatrist, psychologist, etc., and patient. Not something that I can ever dictate, because I am not any of those things. So, yeah, but in this community, I will do my absolute best to make this place as safe as I possibly can. On the other side of things, it is also everybody's responsibility, all of your individual responsibilities, to look after your own individual mental health. And if something is triggering you, then it is your responsibility to walk away from the situation. It is not my responsibility as a streamer to cater to your triggers. Very, very, very important. Not my responsibility to cater to your triggers. And I'm going to say this, because it's happened in this community, not recently, a long time ago, but it has happened in this community before, and I've seen it happen in other communities where people make a big fuss over the fact that they are being triggered. Where there'll be a viewer in a stream And they'll be like, right, well, this is all far too triggering. Can we stop talking about this now? Can we stop talking about this? This is triggering for me. Then it's your responsibility to walk away from the situation. Your responsibility to go find somebody else to watch for a little while. Not my responsibility or any other streamer's responsibility to stop the conversation because it's triggering you. End of story. You know? All of us, including myself, we have to take responsibility for our own triggers. And our own thingies. Like the classic example, I avoid streams. No matter how much I love the streamer, I avoid streams where I know that they're going to be playing a game that contains any description of sexual assault, because I know that that is a trigger for me. That is something that makes me really fucking angry. It really fucking triggers me. So my responsibility as a viewer is to be like, hey, I'll hang around for the chatty bit, and then as soon as you jump into the game, I'm going to step away because I am taking responsibility for my own mental health. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. I do think trigger warnings are very, very useful in certain circumstances, and I can understand why they would be problematic in other circumstances. But as per usual, with every development of human beings in the human race and the human species and society, it is all down to individuals and individual approaches and how we are as individuals and how we react to things, you know? Yeah, now. Finally making one, that's it. Whatever comes to mind. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Grandtime. But it's very important to... What Stupedia was saying was very, very important. That there are jokes, like in-jokes within the community that I have absolutely got fed up of. And there is a limit. As Stupedia has very kindly pointed out, because me and Stupedia had this conversation many moons ago, that I do definitely get fatigued of certain styles of humor. And the issue that I want to avoid, and so far you're all right. So far everyone in the community is perfectly fine because you've towed that line quite nicely. But I don't want to get to a point where I just turn around and go, right, I'm fucking done with dad jokes. I never want to hear one again. So far, we're not there. We're not anywhere near there. We're all good and fine and dandy. But the point that Stupedia made is very important because there is a fatigue, and I definitely get there. I definitely get there, you know. However you want, the other streamers just call me Wen. I appreciate that, but I quite like Kierda Wen. It sounds good in the mouth. Calm yourself. Calm yourself. Give Rachel all of the money. If I could, I would, Alexandra. If I could, I would. If I get paid enough, if all the tickets get sold, I can give them more money, you know? Pat Rat says hi. Hi, Rat. Hello, you cheeky devil. Fuck online safety act games I've been playing has to deal with so many delays because of the developers having to stop developing to make sure they are following the act to a T. You're not even British and it's affecting you? Yeah, Canada have recently been reaching out to the British government being like, hey, we're thinking about rolling this out in our country. Is it how is it going in your country? We're gonna see how it goes over there first. And I can honestly tell you right now that the British government have lied to them. So, any Canadians out there, if your government starts rolling out something like the Online Safety Act, please be aware that all of the information that they have been given from the British government as to how it's going is lies. Like, straight up, provable, evidence-based, provable lies. Just be aware of that. Just be aware of that, you know? Was going through bad insomnia. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. But we all got it sorted in the end, though, Pix. We all got it sorted in the end. No, you love getting cheered up. I do love getting cheered up. Unless it's a game to do with mushrooms, goddammit. Why do ducks have feathers on their tails? To hide their butt quacks. They're not butt quacks, Linus. They're not butt cracks. It's a shot cannon. You ever seen the fucking duck shit? It's piss, poop, and fart all at the same time, and it comes out at 1,000,000 miles an hour, the little shits. I was like, how you doing, Linus? How's it going? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well, friend. Hope you're doing well. Immediately blaming me for it too. Thanks, then. It's true that I found it and thought of you. I may have mentioned you by name. I see how it is. See how it is. Can't help it if you're charming. Exactly. Exactly, one true cripple. Can't help that at all. flattery. Absolutely. Absolutely. Was wondering when you were going to come up for air. Oh, Chandria, you know the way that I work. I can honestly tell you now, friends, straight up, here's a bit of a Val and Vane lore for you, all right? The birthday song that I sing, and I sing to all of you when it is your birthday and you come in and what have you, and you marvel at my lung capacity. That is purely training. Purely training. But when I'm going down on somebody and don't have a chance to come up for air, all right? I need to stay down there as long as possible. All right? Divers are envious of my lung capacity. Can't help themselves, all right? Currently yelling at Amazon, or rather subscription for all being different, and cursing all the fall of cable TV, where it's all in one place. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. All of the different subscription services are just, yeah. The amount of subscriptions that are out there pissing me off. Not only the amount of subscriptions, but the amount of subscriptions that have suddenly started adding ads as well. It's like, you can subscribe to this channel. That's great. That's fantastic. Well, unless you go for our premium package, you're still going to get adverts. And it's like, I thought the whole point of me subscribing was I didn't get fucking adverts. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Went out this past Friday with my hubby, surprised me with a lovely dinner date. Got me the Lego Game Boy set that I wanted. So I'm going to chill and eat birthday cake. Too fucking right. Too fucking right. It sounds like a good way to spend your birthday, Duchess Demona. Good way to spend a birthday, for sure. Doom hippie, hello, you cheeky devil. Good tip to catch fruit flies. A shot glass full of apple cider vinegar and a drop of washing up liquid. Flies come for the smell and then stay for the lack of surface tension. Yes, so that is what we have. So in our kitchen, we've got a bowl where we put all of our like food waste and stuff like that. Then bag it all up and stick it in the brown bin. And next to the bowl is like a little plastic cup of apple cider vinegar. And a drop of washing up liquid. Yeah. I know that tip. With a bit of an old letter in a cone shape, so they can't actually get up and out of it. So yeah, no, I know that tip. It's a good one. Oh my lordy, ladies and gentlemen, and all gents outside and between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who did they think they are? Good lord. I mean, that's scandal. Oh, good lord. Who did they think that? I mean, good lord. Oh my god. Oh dear lord. Aries Ptolemy, how you doing? How's it going? I'm wearing an emerald. It's my emerald cozy outfit, but I've got peacock eyes today. And that I felt that the emerald went well with them. Do you know what I mean? The emerald went well with them. How you doing, you beautiful being? What were you up to? Tell me all about it. Tell me all the bits and pieces. Tell me all the stuff and the things. I'm way behind in chat. I've got one fruit fly that is pissing me the fuck off. But you're doing some Resident Evil Village. How you getting on? Whereabouts are you cheeky little devil? People from my stream, go and check out the glorious Aries Ptolemy. Wonderful, wonderful human being. Glorious individual that we love very, very much. Long-time member of this community who is so unbelievably supportive. So glorious. We appreciate them. They're a happy-go-lucky scamp of individual. The deity of chaos. So if you enjoy chaotic shenanigans, then you'll love it over there. Go click that cheeky little follow button. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you should know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individuals. Faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard and only corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. No, you cheeky devil. No. But welcome on in, Aries. As always, Aries, if you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a snaffly treat, go grab some kind of delightful beverage, please go do so. Please look after yourself. Please do what you need to do. I know that you like to hang around and stuff, and you are always welcome, but just make sure you look after yourself, join. Maracas Skullman, not allowed, has Gearstam abandoned that as well. So the Online Safety Act, Maracas, prohibits adult content. What do we mean by adult content? Good question, Valen. Well done for asking this. Anything that could be seen as a perceived threat to children. So, naturally, we're talking pornography. But on top of pornography, we're talking about any websites that have got any kind of reference to suicide. We've got any websites that have got any kind of reference to news about, you know, stuff like genocide, or political activism or authoritarianism or anything like that. And journalists. Also, politicians are also banned as well if they're talking about sensitive subjects like genocide and all of that. We're talking Reddit, because Reddit has occasional subservers that have got boobs in them. We're talking Wikipedia, because Wikipedia also has articles in it that talk about boobs. So any platform that hosts a majority of user-to-user content, yes. So with me having a website that is dedicated to cabaret, we have photos of our performers and videos of our performers. And those performers sometimes have their tits out with their little pasties covering their nipples. But that's too much titty. Too much titty for the UK government. So the Online Safety Act is going to come into effect there, which means I need to, at some stage, I need to work out what I'm doing with that. Because otherwise I will be faced with major fines from the UK government. Or I'm going to have to spend $2,000 a month on some description of photo ID face registration thing, which I actively disagree with on moral grounds. Or I delete the entire website, which is what's much more likely to happen. Which is real fucking shit, because I've worked real fucking hard on my fucking work for it. But, you know. You're rhinestoning a bra, pants, gloves, and pasties with spider webs and a spider on the pants. Love this, love this. Adding sparkly scratches to a bodysuit for my demon dog, Black Shuck solo for the Halloween show. And then adding some on my shoes for the cabaret show on Sunday. Singing for the first time in like 20 years. Oh, TM Spencer, that sounds amazing. That sounds like a wonderful, wonderful way of spending your evening, listening to my dulcet tones and rhinestoning costumes. Mwah, love it, love it. Maracas, like the maracas, like the instrument. Maracas Skullman. Day of the Dead inspired man, hence also the Skullman. Yeah, no, I get it. Sucks that our impending cyberpunk dystopia is gonna be so fucking lame and boring. Like, instead of insane techno raves and cyborg baddies, we just get AI slop. To be fair, Maracas, I've played Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk's great in a fantasy world, but it is also dark and dreary. I feel like the game, Cyberpunk, the computer game and the tabletop roleplay game, is probably surprisingly accurate as to how it's going to come about. It's probably surprisingly accurate. Cabaret Show is a curtain collective in Glasgow, the Corsa Club, 5 p.m, and it's free! Oh, I love that. I love this. Cool. Thank you very much for that cheeky little DM there. And it's the day after your birthday. Oh, Spencer, what an absolute great way to spend your birth anniversary, for sure. For sure. The original Valen Math did not survive the purge, unfortunately, no. It had a DMCA music in the background, which meant I had to bin it off. Had to bin it off. It was outrageous, I tell you. Interesting. Interesting. Right. Whipping down. Whipping down. Didn't say their picks, that's right. Never 100% avoid triggers. Absolutely. It's important to understand where they come from and work from there. I think I agree. Trigger warnings can increase anxiety. 100%.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
Hey Valen, you
Hey.
think swimming with dolphins is expensive? Try swimming with sharks. Cost my friend an arm and a leg.
As soon as the word cost came out, I knew where that was going. God damn it. Euro Papa. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings, you shit. You bastard. I appreciate that, you cheeky little devil. God damn it. Also worth noting that what is an actual trigger and what is something that makes one uncomfortable. Agreed. Like, An anxiety trigger is different from an anger trigger. An anger trigger is different from a fear trigger. There are different types of trigger. And like you say, there are like what is an actual like psychological trigger versus something that makes you uncomfortable. Nuance and balance and all that. Most certainly. Most certainly. Things very useful for new or obscure games that people may not know the content. I feel like, to be fair, Kerduen, I feel like websites like Does the Dog Die are very, very useful for the people that need trigger warnings. Emphasis on the word need. I personally do not like Does the Dog Die because I feel that it is too nuanced. Like, it's not does the dog die? It's does the dog die through the medium of a brutal stabbing with a screwdriver? They are all of the little triggers that we found, or they certainly were a couple of years ago when I actually last looked on that website. I found it too triggering, too nuanced. It needed to be a bit more open thing, which is the reason why I started doing my own version for not safe for work games. To be like, right, okay, here's a big fucking spreadsheet. Let's make that into a thing, you know, so that it can be like, right, okay, people can go on and check the not safe for work games, etc., to see whether it's got the triggers. I haven't actually published it yet, but it's still there. It's still being developed. It's still thinking. At some stage, I'll drop Astacon a message or somebody and be like, hey, I want to make this into a website. What the fuck do I do? What do I do so that people can actually just sit and search not safe for work games to find out what the fuck is triggering them, you know? So yeah, I feel like it needs to be less nuanced. I feel it needs to be less nuanced. Does the dog die? But regardless, websites like that, trigger warning websites like that, are very, very useful. I know full well that when I'm watching like a new TV series or a new like movie or something on Netflix or Amazon Prime or whatever, I pretty much always Google what are the trigger warnings for insert series here, because I want to know whether it has any, whether I need to mentally prepare myself for the anger that I will feel if it contains sexual assault. Do you know what I mean? And for me personally, knowing what's coming in that specific context helps me mentally fortify my brain to know that that is about to happen. Whereas everything else I don't give a shit about. I like being shocked and in awe and scared and all that jazz, you know? They're useful for, new and obscure, yeah. Rabbit's Burrow, how you doing, Cheeky Devil? I'm in a situation right now where it's difficult to avoid a trigger that I have, which prevents me from living my life as I used to. I can understand that. But hopefully, you are developing ways in which to manage that, Rabbit's Burrow. And steadily but surely, whether we like it or not, for the vast majority of things, not everything, but the vast majority of things, the more exposure we have to certain things, and I don't mean literal exposure, it can just be thinking about it, can be watching certain things on TV or what have you, or documentaries about it or something like that. The more exposure we get into it in a more passive variety, the easier these things become to manage. Hard as it is initially, it's one of those things that with time, it helps. And I know that from experience, you know. Hi, jokes. I'm dad. God damn it, Astacon. God damn it. Trigger warnings are good to indicate what themes are in media, but I also find it's hard to pinpoint the exact level of trigger.
Hand it to it.
I was about to make a pun about bees, but I realized the real sting would be subjecting you to another one.
Look what you've done. Look what you've done, Milky Park. Look what you've done. Look at this. God damn it. A second bloody hype train. God damn it. You believe dad jokes should be illegal? I'm starting to feel that way, Maya. Starting to feel that way. Oh, my lordy. Friends, please be aware that our hype train settings are on the absolute... Oh, God.
Hand it to it.
Did I hear another brat train?
No, no, no. Figment of your imagination. Absolutely. Definitely not.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Oh, we're choo-chooing again.
No, no. We've already had one. We've already had one, and they're on the minimum settings. They're on the smallest settings you can possibly have. All right? So we're good. We've already done this.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Sounds like a hype train.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It sounds like well-behaved chat is what it sounds like. Sounds like chat are going to be very, very well-behaved. They're going to leave.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
We've had one, yes. But what about second hype train?
There is no second hype train. Like breakfast.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Us. Behave. Nah.
Yeah, yes, that is the sound of all of chat behaving, leaving their biddies in their pockets. All right, you're allowed to play with your own biddies, just don't toss it all over chat. Okay, all right, okay. We've already had a bloody hype train this week. We had loads of hype yesterday when we did the extra stream with Miss Uki. We had like a level 8 joint hype train. It was bloody ridiculous. Bloody ridiculous.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
How does the train eat? It goes choo-choo. Kappa.
Panda to my ego.
Oh, good
Panda
lord.
To it. Panda to it.
I thought you liked our bits all over your face.
No.
Filthy, I
Right?
tell you.
They're just cleaning each other. They are
Filthy.
just cleaning each other. Calm yourself. They're just cleaning each other.
Panda to my
Talking
ego.
about bits.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
Joke's on you. You're not my real Dom, so therefore, you get to take my bittis.
Eris
You
told me, I
make
will
them
get the
valid.
breadboard. I will get the breadboard. And I will
Panda
come
to
for your
my ego.
buns, all right?
Panda to it. Panda to it.
Speaking of bittis, since mine is small even though I am half Irish and half Thai, just been for my prostate exam.
Panda to my ego. Panda
the
to it.
thumbs up.
Panda to it.
But hobbits have second brekkie, we could be like hobbits and then they have 11s.
No, I mean, right, okay, now is the point, friends, where you all need to take off your shoes and socks, look at your feet, how furry are your feet? If they are not the same density of fur as an Appalachian mountain goat,
Panda to it. Panda
then you
to
can't
it.
do 11s
Asterisk
and the
sassy
heck of
voice
breakfast.
asterisk oh a breadboard. I am so scared.
You bloody will be. You bloody will be when your buns feel the sting of that breadboard. Good lord. All right. Good lord. Friends, thank you very much for these 100 little panda rings. I very much appreciate them. However, this is our second hype train. We do not need to do this. We are good. We're all fine and dandy. Okay?
Panda
Don't
to my
poke the
ego.
impromptu.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
Show us the breadboard.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
The adjective for metal is metallic,
Second carriage
but it is
connected.
not so for iron. Which is ironic.
Oh, that upset me. That upset me. Who was that? Smacked us! Smacked us! And you got us to level 2! Oh! I will put the smack in smacked us if you're not careful, Sonny Jim. Alright? Good lord! Also, do you like this? Finley made it. Look at that. Good lord! Such a good boy, isn't he?
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
I have doubts as to whether that breadboard has been used.
It's had many a set of buns on this breadboard, I'll have you. Chat. You should know all about
what
that.
a cute little breadboard. It's not intimidating at all.
It's not about the size. It's about the way that you use it.
Panda to it.
As you all well
Panda
know.
to it.
We are not scared.
You bloody well should be. It's how you tenderize some buns. All right. It's got a really nice sting to it. Need to put that down now. Where was I? Where's I? As someone who works in tech, is not just a dump spire. The entire garbage dump is ablaze and spewing more toxic fog. Yes, yeah, Astrocon, 100%, 100%. The whole thing is just not fit for purpose at all. Added the mushroom game to my wish list because it looks like fun. God, Cardawen, don't encourage his behavior. Good Lord, hold on. We were done with this.
Not scary. Too much glitter. Needs more red, maybe some fake spikes. You're no.
Hand it to my ego.
More
Hand it to it.
intimidating.
Hand it to it.
But it's too cute to be scory. I volunteer as tribute to test the sting.
Finley. Is it possible, Finley, to get something like this, maybe a little thicker, and just have old bits of Lego just molded into the top of it? Just poured higgledy-piggledy. You know? No rhyme, no reason. Just cascade about it. You know? Whole buns full of red D4s. That would be great. With every swing, I do a D4's damage. That would be wonderful. I like that. I like that idea. Or, if you're in particular stressful turmoil mood, maybe it gives you D4 healing, okay? D4 plus 2.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Joke's on you. Legos don't scare me. My child leaves way too many out that I am immune to its pain XD.
You're immune to its pain on your feet, Eris Ptolemy. On your feet. Bound's new paddle will have 8d4 impact damage. 18d4 impact damage. And if you're very lucky, maybe 18d4 healing. Or maybe you'll need 18 for d4's worth of healing.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Speaking of your paddle, did you know NASA finds mysterious fluids? Uranus contains mysterious fluids that are cause for concern.
That one was a good one. We have had a lot of bad jokes today, Europapa. That one tickled me. That one tickled me. Because it's true. Uranus does contain mysterious fluids that are cause concern. Accurate and joke. Oh my god, friends. This is preposterous. What has this devolved into? What has this devolved into? What we were talking about therapy and shit, and now we're talking about sticking D4s in a paddle. Oh my god. Oh dear lord. Yeah, it's finally fucked off. Yeah, friends, if you've got hype train emotes, could you please throw them out now and say a massive thank you to all those people that subbed, that gifted sub, that threw all those cheeky little bitties out there. A lot of biddies went out there. God damn it, you bastards. I'm gonna go all the square ones. Do I have any more square ones? No, just these ones. That's a bit intense, isn't it? Look how intense this shit is. Good lord. Thank you, friends. That is very, very kind of you for the second hype train of the day on a bloody Monday. God damn it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with shifting the duty of care to online platforms. However, this implementation is truly absolutely disastrous. To a certain degree, Astrocon. Because the implementation of the Online Safety Act was about protecting children. But if they really wanted to protect children, then they would be teaching parents. They would be putting on See you later, Zabadi, and you take it easy. Thank you so much for popping by, you beautiful individual. As much as your entire joke repertoire made my soul cringe and wear away like an eroding coastline, I still very much appreciate your presence and you popping in and saying hi, you cheeky little devil. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Sleep well, you beautiful being. Yeah, the whole Online Safety Act was about protecting kids. If it's really about protecting kids, why don't they have mandatory child SIM cards that are not allowed to access the internet, not allowed to access those websites? Why don't they have inbuilt parental router control that is available for parents to immediately turn on to their router, turn on their router, that they're not allowed to access adult websites without a password that the parents can dictate? Why don't they have... Do not go down that path? These are all alternatives to the Online Safety Act that I feel like would be much more, if we're talking about protecting kids, are much more effective than the Online Safety Act currently is. I mean, my initial plan, as you all well know, my initial thing is give all of that money that you're putting into the Online Safety Act into education. Educate parents on parental controls that they have on their electronic devices that already exist. Educate kids on the on sex, consent, bodily autonomy, the dangers of the internet. I've had very controlling parents, and that has nothing to do with protecting. That is controlling. Yes, but if we're talking, which I respect and understand the dynamics of controlling, but if we're talking about people that are under the age of 18 not being able to access 18 plus content as per legal definition, as per the law, I'm not talking about how good or bad parents are, how good or bad parental units are, individuals at parenting. But if we're talking about purely the legal dynamic of kids under the age of 18 not being able to access content that is over the age of 18, that is suitable only for what is legally determined to be over the age of 18, then controls within a router, controls within like SIM cards that are for 16 to 18 year olds or for 15 to 18 year olds or whatever, that are not able to access that content, that is a much more efficient way of stopping children under the age of 18 accessing that content over the travesty that is the Online Safety Act. You know? I mean, we've already seen one of the major issues with the fact that Discord was hacked. Discord was hacked, and a minimum of 70,000 government IDs have been leaked. A minimum. Valen freediver vein, right? Got to keep your breath so you don't asphyxiate. Better to die by head popping than it is asphyxiation. I mean, depends what I'm being asphyxiated with, right? How's it going, Kidrin? How's it going? First words I hear are little shits. I know I'm in the right stream. Definitely, for sure. I think online platforms have taken the piss for far too long. Shifting the duty of care by itself is a decent idea, but relying on rando third parties. Yeah. To a certain degree, Astacon, yeah, I agree with a certain part of that, for sure. Right, I'm like 26 minutes behind, so I'm going to try and whip down as far as possible, so I'm back into the conversation. Also, can I get a shout out for Smackers, please? I'd really appreciate that. Right, the paddle stuff. So I've missed anything up to the paddle I have just missed. So please, by all means, if I've missed something important, copy and paste it in chat. Gloves mostly rhinestone, waiting on tiny stones to arrive. They're 2 millimeters. Be a lot of swearing, taking wee breaks, and then kneading my paws, yeah. But that's costuming. Yay, fun. Woo. There's got to be an easier way of doing it, right? Danae Raven, it's your birthday today as well. Did I sing happy birthday to you earlier? Who did I sing happy birthday to earlier? You get the community you deserve. Thanks, Embar. Thanks. Thank you. God damn it. Thank you. Well, yes, I am bastard. I was born out of wedlock. Yeah, fair, entirely fair. Nearly everybody I know was born out of wedlock, so entirely fair. I mean, they do have that, but it's all down to the parents to turn them on. There is even mobile contracts ability to turn on parental control fit for the age of said child. Well, this is the thing, Unicorn. With my mobile that I have, I remember getting my first account under this this phone number. The first contract I ever got under that phone number, and I had to go into the shop and get them to remove the parental control for me because it came automatically on the SIM card, and I was like, what the fuck? Can you remove that? I am an 18-year-old man. What the fuck? And they were like, oh yeah, not a problem. But that was like part and parcel of just having it on there. Do you know what I mean? Because in the 18 plus day squad, responsible for the D4 paddle conversation. Oh my god. Oh my god. Want to recall. I feel like education is more important. I agree. Oh, don't get me wrong. If it's my choice, I'd go with education every step of the way. Every step of the way. And I would take the education, that specific level of education, out of the hands of parents, because, you know, they don't get a choice over science. Parents don't get a choice over what math their kids are taught. You don't have parents walking into the school and being like, hold on a minute, my child is definitely not allowed to learn division. You don't have that. You don't get a choice of what science they get taught. You don't get a choice of what fucking PE they get taught unless they've got a medical condition that prevents them from doing it. You don't get a choice of what books they read in fucking English. So why the fuck is sex education the only one that they're allowed to decide what their kids get taught? Do you know what I mean? It's fucking stupid. Education is the way to go. Moving access to things because of your age is not the path to health and safety. I agree with you, but in regards to like what they're currently doing, what they would understand, I feel like the steps that they're taking are just completely ineffective for the purpose that they say it is for, which is different to what we think the purpose is for, you know? If the password is just for adult sites, no, it's really not. It's illegal for children to access that content, so a parent ought to prevent it. Controlling behavior takes away your ability to make informed decisions. Children cannot make informed decisions about adult content. The problem is, what is adult content? Because under this law, Wikipedia is blocked, so that means that children are blocked from that. Yeah, they're also blocked from like political content that covers controversial topics. But if we're talking like, but that it would be something that if we're talking about like an alternative in this pseudo universe to the Online Safety Act that isn't going to be education, then it would be up to the law to determine what constitutes as adult content. You know? And write that down in law. The nuances of what constitutes as adult content. Online platforms needed regulation, not government-compelled age gating. Social media sites should have to state clearly the age range they cater to, and then the industry-wide regulations take it from there. Anything more than that is the responsibility of the parent. I agree. A child on an adult site is not the fault of the site, nor can it actually prevent the children from being there. I agree. I agree. Social media is a different dynamic because of how horrifically corrupting it is and how problematic it is in regards to the influence that social media has on kids and cyberbullying and shit like that. But that's the reason why they have stuff like age 13. You can't be on if you're under the age of 13, but loads of kids are on under the age of 13. You know? There was also conversation that I can't remember who said it, but there was a conversation a while back where somebody mentioned about setting up a server system like the internet, or like an internet light that was only for children, so children could access this sort of internet light that was completely and utterly regulated to make sure that no content was accessible on the internet light, so that kids weren't privy to that, you know? So they'd be able to access Wikipedia, for example, but not the articles that would be deemed inappropriate. So they wouldn't learn about fucking pornography via Wikipedia, for example, you know? They'd be able to access Reddit, but not any of the 18 plus, the mature content thingies. I don't know how feasible that would even be. It was not me, Danae Raven. Come here, you cheeky devil. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Danae Raven. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Danae Raven. I hope you have a phenomenal time, a wonderful day, a glorious endeavor, and filled with delightful treats. Whatever treats you fancy, I hope that you are filled with them today. Discord contacted me saying their third-party age checking has been hacked. Not happy. Yes, Calandra. Yes, it has. If they contacted you directly, Calandra, it'd be worth reading through that email, because Discord said that they were only contacting people that had literally had their stuff leaked, had their stuff stolen, should I say. And it would probably be worth looking to see whether there is some kind of group compensation that they're seeking from Discord, because that's real fucked up. And unfortunately, they leaked your face, it'd be worth seeing if there's any way you can, like, because that is horrible and awful, but it is one of those things where it's like too late now, which is really fucking shit to say, but it is what it is. Yeah, it'd be worth seeing how they're going to deal with that situation, because that's fucking horrible. But yeah, this is one of the problems that we are definitely going to be having more and more, especially in the UK with the Online Safety Act, is the fact that more and more people are giving over their passport details, their driving license details, their facial scans, and linking all of their bits and pieces. It's not Discord themselves, it's the age verification provider, but it's the age verification provider that Discord have literally employed. It's still Discord's responsibility. In exactly the same way that a medicine provider that makes ibuprofen, if one of their raw materials is made in an old shed surrounded by pigeon shit and dead lizards, it is still the ibuprofen manufacturer that is going to be responsible for that shit, because they're the ones that bought the raw materials from the pigeon shit shed. It's a truly disastrous thingies. Specifically dead lizards. It was a theoretical one, because I have definitely audited, when I was a pharmaceutical auditor, I have definitely audited factories that had dead lizards in them. Fortunately, the pharmaceutical company that I worked for only bought product from sites that had already been audited. You know? But yeah, it's still Discord's responsibility for not doing their due diligence as to what the internet security, the Internet Safety Act, the cyber security, that's the word I'm looking for, what the cybersecurity was for their third-party thing. And this is one of the problems I think is going to be facing a hell of a lot of websites that have adult content, in inverted commas, because they're just like, fuck, we have to do this. Right, well, let's just get whatever cheap ones were available to do, because they cost a minimum of $2,000 a month to be able to use these things. Let's just fucking, yeah, like, all right, they'll do it. That's fantastic. It's still the website's responsibility to audit the cybersecurity of the people that they are doing. This is one of the reasons why I don't like if my website for my cabarets was flagged as needing it, which I'm sure it will be eventually, that like I'm not going to be able to just pay for the $2,000 one, because I would be there being like, right, what is your cybersecurity? What are your protocols? What are the things that you do if you do get hacked? What are your safety measures? And by the time that I'm satisfied by all of that, it's going to cost me $10,000 a month, not $2,000 a month. And then I'm going to like, well, I can't afford $10,000 a month, so I'm just going to delete the fucking website. You know? Absolutely agree that it's a huge problem. So regulation is definitely needed to force the site to clearly define their content. And once regs are in place to make it all clear, then it's entirely up to the parents to educate and regulate their children. Agree. I feel like it is a parent's responsibility to regulate their children. It's not the government's responsibility. It's a parent's responsibility to parent their children. That isn't saying that all parents are good at it, but it is their responsibility as the parent. It is not my responsibility as a random citizen to be responsible for the parenting of every other child. Problem is, even with face verification stuff on adult sites, it can be easily bypassed with an image of a normal reader. Yeah, oh yeah. At the moment, Grand Zenarch, yes, 100%. But then all the issue is that you have with that is the fact that the more that it gets bypassed, the stricter the situation becomes, because they have to be. You will get sites overcompensating in order to fall in line with, like social media sites especially, they'll be overcompensating to fall in line with the Online Safety Act, purely because of the fact that the Online Safety Act bar is here. They want to be here, so they've got enough wiggle room that they're never going to fucking infringe it and get fined 10% of your global earnings, which, for those people that don't know, is what the UK government are threatening to fine people with. 10%. Doesn't matter what country they're founded in. Doesn't matter whether they're an American company, a Brazilian company, a German company. It's like, if you infringe the Online Safety Act, then we will fine you 10%, not of your profit, not of your global profit, of your global earnings. Whatever you earn that year, you earn $100 million. $10 million you now owe to the UK government, supposedly. How my stitches fell off the knitting pins. I've start all over again. The yarn is black and very fluffy like fur, and the stitches are barely visible, so I can pick them up. Oh no, DM Spencer, no, boo. Both the parents to begin with. Over here in Oz, we're seeing a huge increase in violent crimes with minors, and the legislation laws to send kids to prison here is nuts at the moment. I can't speculate. I know that there is... Do I want to get into that? I don't want to get into that. But I do agree that it is the parent's responsibility to be the parent of their child. True justice events, specifically dead lizards. I'm very against censorship because that relies on someone deciding what is appropriate, and I think that no one except the parents, that is on no one except the parents, except if we're talking about illegal things, and even then the parents should have the option to educate about, for example, why are things illegal. For example, 90% of my higher education books are illegal in North America because they are so afraid of the knowledge that is in that book. Chemistry. Yeah, no, I entirely fair. Entirely fair. And I agree with that, but I also understand, like, I understand the thought process, even if I don't agree with it. I understand the thought process of not all the parents are doing their job. And therefore, it is the government's responsibility to protect all of their citizens. And if the parents aren't protecting their kids, then the government have got to step up and do something about that. Do I think that's what it's actually about? No, not even in any way, shape, or form. I genuinely think that it's entirely about control and monitoring. The control of data. That's been evident because of the digital IDs. That what's going to happen? Let's be very clear. Here's me. Hold on. Ooh, It is I, the most amazing psychic Valen. Oh, I predict in my glass of unknown liquid. Oh, what do I see? What do I see? Oh, I see the digital ID being rolled out in the United Kingdom. Then what do I see? I see hackers from foreign enemy governments hacking our systems and destabilizing our entire ecosystem here in the United Kingdom, destabilizing our government, destabilizing everybody's pension schemes and stealing all of this money and stealing all of their information and fucking up the old NHS system, fucking up absolutely fucking everything because all of our data is in one location. Ooh! I also see that it's gonna have to happen for the government to realize that it's a bad idea. Ooh! Ooh! That's my prediction.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Good example, Virginia. Did you know Pornhub is banned there? It's banned
Yep.
due to it requiring digital ID, so because of that anyone living in that state cannot go to that state unless they use VPN.
Unless they use a VPN. Which for legal purposes, I have to state that you should not be using a VPN to get around local laws. For legal purposes, I have to state that. However, you should be using a VPN for your own internet security. Like, I use a VPN purely so that people that may be interested in hacking my very online business career as a social media platformer, I use a VPN to make sure that people can never find out my actual IP address and fuck up my entire system. All right? I've taken this by the legislation again. It's only service that hosts user-generated content, not just the owner-generated content. I feel like that's going to change, though. Has to come. My cousin was shown adult content by another kid. My friend accidentally stumbled on it. Used to be awful, simply allowing sexual, violent, and lethal content. It's not entirely parents' fault. No, definitely not. It's not entirely the parents' fault. But then it's also up to the parents to deal with that situation. It wasn't my parents' fault that I found pornography in a bush when I was 14 years old. It wasn't my parents' fault that I went onto Google Images at 13 and said boobs and saved a load of pictures onto a Word document and then printed it out and deleted everything before anyone could find me. That wasn't my parents' fault. But my parents then had the conversation with me. They were like, hey, we've seen these things. We've noticed this stuff. This has come to our attention. Let's have a conversation about it. Let's have a conversation about what is appropriate for your age. Let's have a conversation about what you know or what you think you know. Let's have a conversation about respect and consent and bodily autonomy. Let's have those conversations. Because my parents were good parents. Not saying all parents are going to do that. All parents should. Eric, I agree. Absolutely fucking agree. Not all parents are going to be able to. Because of embarrassment or their own triggers or their own issues with the fact that their parents had fucking bad communication with them. There's going to be a whole load of situations. Unfortunately, because you put dots in there, Eric, that's the reason why it's deleted. But we appreciate you. I understand that it wasn't a link. It just thinks it was a link. I agree that all parents should, but not all parents are able to do. Sometimes because they're fucked up individuals, but sometimes it's just purely because they've got their own traumas that they need to work through. Do you know what I mean? It is not an easy job being a parent. I do not envy anybody that is in that position. But also, it also needs to be said that the Online Safety Act is not going to stop kids showing each other porn. Which is the reason, as we go back to what Sembar was saying and what I've been saying for fucking years, which is the reason why the best way to combat kids seeing inappropriate stuff is to educate them about it. What a fucking revolutionary concept. Because kids will always push the boundaries, and they'll always show you things that are there to be shocking. Because being shocking was like being cool, you know? How's it going, Yaksha Green? How you doing? We're doing all right. We're having a really interesting conversation today. I'm very, very happy about it, you know? Remind us, chat, that even Van is talking politics. Chat is not allowed to talk politics. I know this feels very unfair, but so is life. It's very true. Yeah. Enemy governments, yeah. Yeah, we're not focusing on the politics element of it, but we are talking about the Online Safety Act overall, you know? Ah, Warlock!
Uncle Warlock's solution. Traumatize them early. Whenever I asked my crying niece what we do, she answers, amputate. Amputate
is the go-to thing. Also, let's be very clear that Warlock is joking there. I would also like to say, Warlock, as much as I love you to pieces and I get the dark humor there, can we also not joke about traumatizing kids, please? Let's not do that when we're having a serious conversation like this. I appreciate you. I love you to pieces. I get the humor in it. Abso-fucking-lutely. But let's not joke about traumatizing kids when we're talking about the Online Safety Act, please. I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein, you beautiful, beautiful individual. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? Didn't realize we were having a serious one about actual trauma kids. Yes. Yeah, we were. Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, I get it. I know that you're not that kind of person, Warlock. I get it entirely. But I just want to slide in there and just be like, hey, actually, this is a serious one. Let's not joke about this one, you know? Give me your tasty data. I know, Nibbering, and you've been after my tasty data for ages. While I'm catching up on chat, friends, ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside between, Harakan has redeemed to praise the mods. Could you please throw out some mod loves in the channel? Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. You can use any kind of love heart from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of mod love from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. Mods! Thank you very much for being here, you beautiful beings. Thank you very much for all you do. Thank you so much for keeping the conversations going and keeping it all safe and swinging that mighty banhammer, you cheeky devils. Just waiting for some politicians' sleazy web history to get publicly released, these shenanigans. Astacon, it's already happened. It's already happened. Please, allow me to educate you. And again, we're not going into politics, although this is just politicians, not politics. Two. As definitely one, but I think two of the MPs, the politicians, the ministers of parliament, who voted in favor of the Online Safety Act have been arrested with inappropriate content on their computers related to children. We're not going to go into the details of them. I will also say that one of them had previously been arrested for putting cameras in the toilets of the Houses of Parliament. Literally putting cameras in the toilets, was arrested, was allowed to keep being a politician. In fact, I haven't kept up to details with it. I will say, but I will also, like the last I heard, they were still active politicians, even though they were under investigation for these pretty heinous crimes. Because Finley, what it comes down to is the fact that in the United Kingdom, to my knowledge, there is no law that states that you have to be removed from politics if you are under investigation of a crime. I believe that's probably because of avoiding corruption. Like if there's been allegations made of a certain politician that is rising in power and the other party want to Like, if politicians rising in power, other party want to undermine that. So they go, hey, that guy actually sexually assaulted his secretary. That person then gets put under investigation and therefore is not allowed to do politics, and it stops the corruption side of things. Yeah, exactly. To avoid malicious prosecution. But isn't that is corruption? Absolutely. Absolutely. But you've got to be able to prove that in a court of law. Do you know what I mean? So I can understand why there is a law against the potential of malicious prosecution. However, you would think that if a politician got or was under investigation for stuff involving minors, for example, that political party would suspend them pending the result of the investigation. You would think that. You would think that. I know that if I ran a political party and one of my fucking house were under investigation for certain crimes, I'd be like, hey, you're going to get suspended until this investigation is cleared. All right? Until we have the results of this investigation, you're going to be suspended because fuck this noise. You would think. Everyone's innocent until proven guilty in the court of law, even people who are accused of very bad things, but that is how it works for everyone else. It's got to work for everyone or it works for nobody. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. They did get suspended on arrest. Good. But this is my point, is the fact that it's like, yeah, but you can also... like, when I worked in the pharmaceutical company, for example, when I worked in the pharmaceutical company, if I was under investigation for taking bribes from a supplier in order to pass their substandard fucking stuff, they would still suspend me pending that investigation, wouldn't they, really? So it makes sense that a political party would do that. But yeah, the whole thing. You're all for digital IDs? Stupedia, can I ask, and without judgment, can I ask why? What is it about digital IDs that you think is a good idea? And I don't want anybody to attack Stupedia for this. I don't want anybody to answer this. This is a point that I am going to personally address with Stupedia out of pure interest. What is it about digital IDs that you think is a good thing? I need a VPN for work to test for geofencing on websites. Astagon, an awful lot of people need VPNs for work, and yet the government is still looking at trying to ban them. It just doesn't work. Naughty calculations. Yeah, exactly. 58008. Oops. Boops. 5318008. Boobies. Scandalous, I know, right? Pesky dots, silly auto mod. I know, Eric, it's outrageous. Outrageous, I tell you. All they need to do is learn VPN. They can go around it. Oh, absolutely. You're a papa. The entirety of the Online Safety Act is a waste of money. It is the biggest fucking waste of money I've seen since COVID. Waste of money. Because it doesn't work. We literally did it live on stream the other day where I typed in the word porn into Google. The first website was Pornhub. Everything was blocked. Everything was blurred until you verified your ID. The next 3 websites were porn websites where it literally showed every single thumbnail in full explicit detail, including some woman being fisted, and you could see all of that. But as soon as you clicked on them, it wouldn't show you the full video until you faced, because, you know, nobody's ever fucking wanked to pictures before. And the 5th website in the fucking Google, that when I typed in the word porn into Google, the 5th website was full pornography. I had to click a button that said, yes, I'm over the age of 18. Oh, look, that's great. This person's wearing that person like a fucking feed bag. That person's being fucking rusty tromboned. Not a single fucking issue. July they implemented this. It's been 2.5 months. Nearly 3 months. Has a single thing changed? Yeah, the reputable porn sites that have actually got fucking safety measures in place to make sure that everyone on that website is of age and consenting, that have actually got educational elements of that website so that people don't go on there thinking that porn is education. Those things are being fucking condemned. Whereas the sketchy websites that have all manner of fucking porn from all over the world, including people that look far too fucking young, are now getting all the traffic. Good Lord. Good Lord. And that's for the people that don't use a VPN. Use a VPN to get around it, which you shouldn't do. I have to say that for legal purposes. You should never use a VPN to get around local laws. But there are people that do it. Those people don't have to worry about it all. You know? The more taboo it is, the more interesting it is. Absolutely. Eric Nagarius, they have actually done, we were talking about this earlier, but they've actually done scientific studies on kids that have talked about sex education. And there are massive statistic improvements on the kids that have good sex education. Children that have good sex education are less likely to have underage sex, less likely to get pregnant underage, and less likely to be groomed because they're aware of the fucking warning signals. Good sex education benefits those children. And in my personal opinion, the only reason to deny good sex education from children is if you don't want them to know about bodily autonomy. You don't want them to know about consent. You don't want them to know about the warning signals of groomers. All of those things are not synonymous. Obviously, a lot of parents just want to protect their kids, protect their children's childhood for as long as possible, whilst also setting them up to fail in life because the world is cruel, you know? Anyway. Not that I'm going, I'm a ranty mood today, apparently. Ranty mood today. Doing good, just dropped my power off the airport as it was his time to go back to the States. My emotions have been very strong this morning, and throughout the day I've just been crying my eyes out. I don't blame you at all, Yaksha. Don't blame you at all. I had a great time. You've had a great time with him being in the UK with me. He gave me so many surprises, including his hoodie that I'm never washing via headset. Oh, I love that. Oh, that is adorable, Yaksha Queen. So now you're engaged. Congratulations, you beautiful queen. Congratulations. Discussing the implications of law isn't politics. To be fair, Astacon, this is the thing. We've got this no politics rule, but if we're honest about this, everything is politics. Especially when I'm like here as a fucking sex educator, and I'm like, we're going to talk about pornography, the internet, consent, bodily autonomy, the LGBTQIA, sexuality, gender, the dynamics of all of these different things, kinks. And somehow we're going to talk about all of those things and not make it political? Oh, that's a really fine line you're running there, Val. You know? Rough in a good way, right? Zembar's heart rate it reaches concerning levels just because I keep being like, oh, politics. Oh, politics. All the mods. All the mods to the loverators. Exactly. All the mods to the loverators. Our mods are loverators, the cheeky devils. Dirty little fucks, you know. My 13-year-old niece has absolutely seen some things. I'm not convinced the Online Safety Act will keep her safe. Not all. Biggest worry is all the places accessing losing your government ID, given their track record. Yep. Warlock. I don't have this information personally. But I was watching a YouTuber a little while ago who has had experience on the dark web. Since the Online Safety Act has been put in place, I watched this video in the middle of August. So since the Online Safety Act has been put in place and all of these websites have been using third-party companies to verify age, the volume of UK IDs that are on sale on the dark web has gone up 400%. That was in the middle of August. God knows what it's like now. 400%. In some circumstances, it's purely because these third-party companies, because, you know, the government aren't going to pay for it all themselves to regulate all these things and keep everybody's IDs safe. Heaven forfend. It's these third-party companies. Some of them have just got terrible internet security and therefore are being hacked. There's been leaks. There've been all kinds of bits and pieces that are going out there, you know? Some of it's just complete ineptitude. In other circumstances, it's because those third-party companies, in the terms and conditions, if you read the terms and conditions, those third-party companies are selling that data. Because the terms and conditions say that anything you upload onto their servers, they are allowed to sell, including government IDs. And also the kicker, friends, the kicker, just as a little, bringing it all home a little bit, the third-party company the Discord used that got hacked recently, where they had 70,000 IDs and other details, other personal details to individuals that got leaked over the fucking internet. That is the same company that Twitch were looking at using to roll out their age verification on this website. KID, kid. Same company. When Twitch made that announcement being like, by the way, we're bringing in age verification systems, the website that they had listed down as the website that they were going to be using to roll this shit out was the same website that has recently been hacked and had all that information stolen. Evidently, Twitch haven't rolled that out yet, and also haven't gone into business with KID, so we're all right. But it's worth putting into perspective that was the same company. That was the same company, you know. Just like the sniper's very low right before being shot. yeah, exactly. Education time, yeah. Money is my guess. Yeah. Well, I think, like you say, there's also the legal elements of it as well. Literally the only job where you can get away with that shit and keep your job. Yes. Yeah, it is. And like you say, there are good reasons for it in regards to avoiding malicious corruption and malicious prosecution in regards to keeping government officials, like, yeah, but still. No law against watching people pee and poo, crikey me. There is a law against watching people pee and poo. Well, there's a law against watching people pee and poo without their consent, Calandra, especially when you put up cameras in the fucking government buildings. But just because you break the law doesn't mean that you stop being an active politician. A lot of people who are active politicians shouldn't be allowed to be politicians. Just saying. Not talking politics, just generally as a whole. No, Eric, the comedian Billy Connolly, old Scottish comedian, who has said some fantastic things and said some very controversial things that I disagree with. He once said that the desire to be a politician should stop you from ever being an actual politician. The want to be a politician should forever ban you from ever being a politician. And I was like, I can't disagree. I can't disagree with it. I can't disagree. Do you know what I mean? They're more than just a little bit sketchy on that bit. Generally speaking, if you're a person that seeks power, you've got to ask the question. You've got to ask that question: why is that person seeking power? You know. And I do agree with the whole innocent till proven guilty. It's got to be innocent till proven guilty of everybody, or it is no one. That being said, you should believe victims. Purely because of statistics more than anything else. You know? Punishment should be higher for people in positions of power. I agree. And I think that should also be for people like myself, influencers. People who have influence over people should have grander punishments because of the effect that we have. the influence that I have over this community, the influence that I have over all of my followers on all the different platforms and stuff like that, should stand for that. If I do something fucking heinous, which I have to admit I don't have any intention of doing, but if I do something fucking heinous, then I need to bear up for the fact that I've done something heinous, but I've also done something heinous that could influence all of the people that I have influence over. Do you know what I mean? I love how easy Val makes it to enforce the no politics rule. Oh, it's so easy and chill to moderate. Yeah. Can you put in my list of things to do a better way to specify that? Because I don't make it very easy for you. Now, if I can, I would like to. Dutch government has a variant of EID that works, in my opinion, 2FA and all that. I just don't trust that. I think one of the major issues, one of the major concerns that I have for digital ID is that the examples that the UK have been using as we could do it like this are all countries who have been fucked over because of digital ID. And it's like, did you do any research before you rolled this out, right? You're so well behaved to this rule right now. Somebody praise me. You are doing very well, Rach. Congratulations. Good on you. Saying that we already have digital ID in a number of forms. I'm only against using them in a way that you can tie your behavior and giving a group of very spotty security track records at this point. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. Not a joke. I mean this. Thank you for behaving. Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree. Explain to me to go off to pictures. What is this? The Stone Ages? I know. The thing is, Milky Pork, the thing that blows my little fucking mind, all right, is with the current technology, the way that AI is, you could go onto that website, fucking screenshot that shit, and get AI to animate it for you. In fact, to be fair, it wouldn't surprise me if that's already being done. Don't like AI, but I understand it exists. You know, the internet is not a babysitter. I could not agree more. Looks up some of the phrases the fan just used. Be careful, you get caught by the Online Safety Act. I love your choice of words to explain that, Van, so good. Next time I make you, you're in PG, I will make you explain a rusty trombone. Perfect. Makes me wonder about porn sites that are like hentai or H-anime. So, from what I know of it, hentai websites are also caught up by the Online Safety Act. Well, hentai websites that are choosing to conform are caught up by the Online Safety Act. As I discussed with normal porn sites, or more general porn sites, should I say, it really depends on whether the website decides they want to adhere to the Online Safety Act. Because the thing is, it's a pretty fucking empty threat. You've got a porn site that's... But do you know what, friends? Give me a random country somewhere in Asia. Give me a random country somewhere in Asia, please. Indonesia. Cool. Thank you very much, Astacon. You got a porn website that's based in Indonesia. And say, for sake of argument, that they take porn from loads of other websites and embed it inside their own website. Okay? And I don't know Indonesian hell back from saying Russia, Mongolia. I don't know Indonesian law on pornography, but let's say that Indonesian law, for the purpose of this argument, let's say that Indonesian law is very, very relaxed about pornography. They don't really give too much of a fuck. They're just like, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're paying the government tax. Don't give a shit, right? The UK government turns around and goes, hey, IndonesiaSex.com, you've got to stop showing English citizens your pornography. You got to stop it right now. And IndonesianSex.com says, why? And they go, because we put out a law that says that you're not allowed to do that without age verification website. And Indonesian.com goes, IndonesianSex.com goes, okay, how much is that going to cost us? And they go, at least 2,000 Great British pounds a month. And they go, nah, can't be fucked. Well, if you don't, we want 10% of your global earnings every year to pay for the fact that you're not adhering to our rightly rules because we're British and we once dominated the world. Do we have to? Yes, you do. Why do we have to? Because we said so, and we are Great Britain. Yeah, we're just not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Then we want 10% of your things. Yeah, we're not going to pay that either. But you owe it to us because we're fining you. Yeah, but we adhere to Indonesian pornography laws, which in this context, this theoretical context, are very loose and very relaxed and they don't really give a shit. It's like we adhere to these laws. We don't need to worry about your shit. We don't give a fuck. And by the way, the only reason I picked Asia was because it wasn't UK, America, or Europe. I just went Asia. That was the next continent that sprang to my mind. Do you know what I mean? I don't have any knowledge of the thoughts and pawns over there. I just literally picked a random one, okay? But yeah. Where's the enforcement? How the fuck are they going to enforce it? How the fuck are the UK government aren't going to fucking turn around to Indonesia and be like, right, these people, you need to fine them on behalf of us because we said so. The government will be like, no, fuck you. The UK government are then not going to turn around and be like, right, we're going to put sanctions on your entire country because of the fact that you won't pay our fines, you shits. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Yeah, the Online Safety Act is very much constrained by the reach of the Ofcom's jurisdiction, which is why we've got this fucking legal battle happening between 4chan and Ofcom. Where Ofcom went, you need to adhere to the Online Safety Act, and 4chan went, fuck off. And they were like, we're going to fine you. And they went, fuck off again. And now 4chan are taking a legal, an international legal claim against Ofcom for infringing the amendment that says free speech for all Americans. And they're like, no, you're infringing our free speech by trying to impose that shit upon us. Fuck you. It's the stupidest thing. In this world where we're literally like bombarded with so much random shit that is happening on the daily basis. On a daily basis. It's massively overwhelming. But I'm just sat there being like, did anybody think this through? Did any of the people that put the Online Safety Act together, did any of them sit and think about how this was going to fucking work? Or did they just fucking roll it out there and be like, do you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it because we're Great Britain and everyone will listen to us. The fucking arrogance of it. The arrogance. Jesus. The only reason, genuinely speaking, the only reason I think a lot of like some websites are adhering to it is because they're like, if we adhere to this stupid rule, then we can also collect the data, the personal data of all of the people that visit our website. Yes, release the Epstein files, 100%. The Superfly Jesus guy, I mean, I completely and utterly agree with that, but let's draw the line there because otherwise it's gonna get too much. It's gonna get out. Thank you very much, mods. Appreciate that. There is nothing against you, Superfly Jesus guy. Appreciate you, but I don't want to cross that line, and the mods already know that I don't. So we're drawing that line. But thank you very much for your contribution. Contribution on that one. Thank you very much, Nibrin. Yeah. Because that should just be basics. I will say, and it's the only thing I'm going to say on the Epstein files. It made me giggle too. Oh yeah, too right. It was a good one. I liked it. But the mods were in strict understanding to delete that shit. So that is nothing against you, Superfly Jesus guy, at all. It is absolutely based on my prior messages to the mods about making sure we delete all that shit. The only thing I will ever say on the Epstein files is that it is always amazing to me how people from every element of politics, left, center, and right, will still align behind stuff like the Epstein files. They'll be like, like, I am fully gullible to believe all of this bullshit from this politician. But he did say that he released the Epstein files and he hasn't. And that's a bit weird to me. That's a bit weird to me. Do you know what I mean? I never in my life, and this is like, oh my God, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Oh, do I really want to say this on the internet? Okay, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm listening to the advice of my moderators. I'm listening to the advice of my moderators. Thank you, mods, for seeing where I was going with that. And no, there's no way to make that generic. The statement I was about to say, Astacon, there's no way to make that generic by any stretch of the imagination. By any stretch of the imagination.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
I want to stress what Niberin said. This is asterisk size asterisk and no politics stream.
Yeah. I'll drive with that and hit you with your own battle. Yeah, no, it's good. It's a wise decision. It's a wise decision. It's a wise decision. If you ever meet me in person, friends, I'll tell you in person. Absolutely. Absolutely. He mentioned COVID as well. I worked in the medical front line, saw the impacts from our politicians' decision. I am sitting on my hands good. But that's, like, I've said this before in regards to the Online Safety Act. I feel like the Online Safety Act is very, very, very reminiscent of what happened with the COVID PPE situation, where the government put shitloads of money into the hands of their friends and went, make PPE to help us with COVID. And they made substandard bullshit just so they could get the money. And I think exactly the same thing has happened with the Online Safety Act, where the government have put money in the hands of their friends who all run these third-party verification websites and been like, yeah, verify all of these people's ID. And the Online Safety Act isn't working. And hasn't worked. At all. I always say to my niece that whenever I lock her feature on Steam or a computer, don't get groomed. She knows exactly what I mean. I bet her parents didn't warn her, so she's definitely seen some shit. At least she knows I'm here to help. Yeah, absolutely. I'll be saying exactly the same shit to my nephews, Warlock. I'll be absolutely saying the same shit to my nephews. I'll be like, look, these are the things you got to look out for. These are the things you got to be aware for. People start saying these things. Come see Uncle Val. Uncle Val sort it out for you. All right? All right. Do you know that today is National Yorkshire Pudding Day? Oh, I will happily take more Yorkshire puddings. I love this. I love this. Bring up a different angle. We're talking about protecting kids/children on one hand, but on the other hand, there's the movement going for the past 2 decades claiming that 18 is too young and it should be 21 or maybe 25. That completely misrepresented study about growing brains, or maybe make it 30. So now we can decide what everyone up to the age of 30 can see or do a thing. Yeah. What was the the whole thing about 25? What was the misrepresented study, Sembar? Because I didn't know that it was a misrepresented study. I didn't realize that. I've definitely heard about the study where the brain doesn't fully grow into its full maturity until 25, but I didn't realize that was actually an incorrect study. So please, educate me. Educate me. A lot of scammer sites that are just like, see boobs, give us ID. Yep, here's boobs. Yeah. Oh god, yeah, 100% warlock. Jeez, half of my friends on Twitch have got fake fucking Instagram profiles made of them where it's like, hey, do you want to see my vagina? Well, don't worry, here's my OnlyFans link, and the OnlyFans link actually leads them to a page that looks exactly like OnlyFans, but it isn't, because it's not onlyfans.com or whatever, it's onlyfans.png/ PDF file thing, stuff and bits and pieces. OnlyFans with 2 F's in it. Do you know what I mean? And people are like, yeah, I really want to see this streamer's titties. Yeah, that sounds great. That's fantastic. Here's all of my payment details. Oh shit, I have no money anymore. Because they've taken all of my savings. There was a point, I will say, friends, there was a point about like a year to 18 months ago. Actually, no, it was about a year. It was about August last year. August last year, where I literally had a different friend, a different female streamer friend, message me every week asking me for advice on the fact that their Instagram photos had been stolen and a fake profile had been made of them that was all about selling their OnlyFans to their community. Every week. If not twice a week. For about 3 months. Absolutely. So it doesn't surprise me at all that that shit will happen, where they turn around and go, okay, we're going to do this thing where it's OnlyFans, and then it's going to come up. Now we're going to do it where it like comes up with an age verification thing. They put all of their details in, and then we get their money and their ID, which then stops them from being like, we can sell our ID on the dark web. Fucking great. Let's go. I believe Steam is going to want me to verify when my Steam account is old enough to drink. Yeah. At least with Steam, I will say, at least with Steam are doing it through a credit card, which is not a government issue ID. That is the lesser of the evils, in my opinion. Verify with a credit card means that you, at the very, very least, are over the age of 18, and they don't have to see any ID. They don't have to scan your face. They don't have to do any of that. Do you know what I mean? 70,000 Discord users had their faces, passports, etc. leaked. They did. And other details, Calandra. From the reports that I've read, we're talking there was some like the last 4 digits of bank cards and stuff like that. Obviously, you can't do much with the last 4 digits, but the fact that they were able to get them is problematic for sure. So a digital ID could be useful. Now you could generate one user token that says, yeah, this person is legit. Yes. But if they link it to everything else, like they're looking at doing, then it only means that you have to break into that one thing. And let's bear in mind that the biggest weakness in cybersecurity is human beings. The biggest weakness in cybersecurity is human beings. People forgetting passwords and writing them on post-it notes, or putting them as a note in their phone. Do you know what I mean? For a politician, when famous was not thrown, took a photo with his cat to avoid getting voted for and got voted in. Oh my god. Funny enough, I've received an email from Discord about the recent hack. I did the face scan, but not the passport scan. If you've not received one, Grand Night, then you're not affected by it. To my knowledge so far. People that have been affected by it have all received emails, or should have done. Do you all have lobbyists in the UK? That's the reason the politicians never actually retire in the USA. Not really. It's a different type of thing. Right, okay. Stupedia, finally. Thank you very much for waiting. I appreciate that. I'll be honest, I've had some very in-depth conversations with a close friend of mine who is very, very tech-savvy and also had jobs where he has been in places with more streamlined ID, digital system, would make things easier. I know how things would be made easier for your age verification, for you to be identified if you've called HMRC or Universal Credit, etc. Whereas currently you have to have the national insurance number, personal coded those places give you that, then your postcode, yeah. It would also help for people who don't have any other form of ID, like physical ID linked. Agreed theory isn't great that the government, but if they're centralizing encrypted with passkeys or something, there's the stuff my friend understands. Yeah, I understand the ease of it, Stupedia. The issue is the fact that you are then storing all of your information in one place. All that information, all the things that can literally destabilize governments, literally destabilize the entirety of the way that the economics works in this country, all in one place. And as I just discussed, the biggest weakness to a cybersecurity system is people. Bribery, corruption, negligence, stupidity. All things that human beings can well and truly be caught under, especially in current politics. Especially in current politics. It's not necessarily the centralized, the encryption and the passkeys that's going to be the problem. It's making sure that the people can't be bribed. Not to mention, and this is the bit that I really struggle with. So the UK government have already declared that they want the digital ID to be linked to bank accounts. Which means that the government can pop into your bank account whenever they fucking want to. And bearing in mind, friends, that in this country, the HMRC can already do that. The HMRC, if the HMRC believe that you owe them money, they have every right in this country to write a letter to your bank account and say, hey, we are going to be taking money from this account. And there's nothing that can be done about it. The government can do that. All fine and dandy if there's no such thing as corruption, but there is. Not to mention the fact that there is a constant change in what is considered legal. A classic example of that was the fact that face sitting was made illegal in this country not so long ago. One consenting adult sitting on another consenting adult's face. What if they decide to make, I don't know, kink illegal? And they search up Valen Vane, no person known for being involved in kink, has seen that I have made several purchases from kink websites and go, do you know what? Valen Vane needs to be arrested. Because previously, he has done all of these things. He has all of the implements. He has a cat of nine tails. How do we know that he's not going to use that on police in a protest situation? Breaking the law, breaking the law. The problem with centralization of things is, does it make things easier? Yeah, it makes things easier. It absolutely makes things easier. 210% does it make things easier? Yes. Is easier a good thing? That's the real question. That's the real question that you have to ask yourself. Is easier a good thing? And in this circumstances, I have to disagree with you, Stupedia, and you are absolutely entitled to your own opinion. 210%. I have to disagree with you because I see all of the ways in which corrupt politicians can fuck over people that they don't like. A good example of that, a really good example of that would be if a particularly xenophobic party became in charge in Britain, they would be able to use the system to install racism throughout the entire country. They would be able to use the system that is there for the right reasons but they would be able to use that system as a tool to establish a systemic system of racism throughout the entire country without having to convince people, because they could just go, cool, we're just going to regulate all of the black people, all of the Asian people, all of the Eastern people. We're just going to regulate them to far stricter regulations than anyone else, because we can. And there's nothing that anyone could do to stop us because of the fact that we've got a regulated central system for all IDs. And I find it genuinely fucking laughable that that our politicians, Keir Starmer, very particular, again, we're not talking about politics, just drawing that fucking line. He has said that it's all to stop illegal immigrants from getting jobs. But illegal immigrants they don't have national insurance numbers. So they're not getting legitimate jobs anyway. If you go on the dark web, there are literally hundreds of profiles of people that work for places like Just Eat, places like Uber and stuff like that, where they're like, you do my shift for me. You, illegal immigrant, do my shift for me. I'll take 10% of whatever you earn for doing nothing. All the money comes into my bank account. I pay you. Illegal immigrants are not legally working in this country anyway. So digital IDs ain't gonna make a fucking bit of difference. They're not gonna make a bit of difference. So I understand where you're coming from, Stupedia, and I agree, it will genuinely make things easier. What I disagree with is whether easier is the right thing to do. I don't think easier in this circumstance is worth the risk.
Subscribed. Most kind.
Midgarder, thank you very much for giving that sub to Jessica Bean. Jessica Bean, I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know?
Yeah, you subscribed.
Sam, you beautiful bean. You pick that mirror back up. Sam, this is a new one. This is a new mirror here. And you can't even see it. You can't even see your name. I've just written it here. And look, I'm underlining it.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
Choo choo.
Not again. Not again. This is the third. This is the third one. What the fuck? No, not again. Sam, I have inscribed your name upon the back of the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know? Oh. There's a law in the UK whereby anyone in a position of responsibility has not only a stricter bar for consent, but also considerably harsher punishments. Good. So it should be. I agree with that. I agree with that. No worries, Sembar. Yeah, position of power should be a considerable factor for sure. 100%. Position of power and position of influence should be a considerable factor for those things. I agree. You can use Death Stranding's for Astagon, have you heard? Yeah, Astagon, you're thinking. Oh, the adverts are over anyway. Cool. Have you heard the latest one? The youth of today are doing to get around the age verification. It makes me fucking howl every time I think about it. Every time I think about it. So go on. So what the youth of today have been doing is they've been going onto their local government websites. They have been, no, it's not Snapchat, no. They've been going onto their local government websites. They've been finding politicians' headshots from their local government websites. And then they've been using AI to make an ID of that person using the government headshots and using those fake IDs to access pornography sites. I seem to remember there was something like Keir Starmer was signed up to 200 different porn sites within 48 hours. Because they just took his face and went, AI, make me a digital ID from this country, please. Boom, done. It was just like, what? Oh, Jesus. Another thing that's happening, Valen, don't ask me how I know. All right, yeah. Right, I'm whipping down a bit, friends, because I realize how fucking barbarian. Also, Jessica Bean, how you doing? I appreciate your face. Hope you're doing well. Countries that are wanting to implement digital ID should take a look at Estonia's entire system. Estonia is one of the examples, isn't it, Jessica, that the UK are using, where they're like, but Estonia have got a great system. And it's like, have you looked at Estonia's system? Have you looked at the way that they're doing digital ID and how it's not working? I think that Thailand was another one. And it's like 60% of... I can't remember the exact figure. Another YouTuber that I was following was talking about it. It's like 60% of Thai IDs have been stolen since they've rolled in the digital ID thing over there. Fourth Amendment defense in a US court to settle the common law precedents as extraterritorial fines are invalid. Yeah, it's fucking great. I love it. Website itself just blocks UK citizens from accessing the site instead because it's easier than adding verification. Yeah, which it will be. It will be. That's much easier than all that stuff, for sure. I'm saying they have absolutely no technical input in this law. Oh, God, no. Not all. Not even fucking slightly. By any stretch of the imagination. By any stretch of the imagination. The E-Files, who's playing Scully? God damn it, Warlock. To be fair, I did say I was back and asked people to behave while I was away. So, yeah, that was on me. That's good. It's good. It's all fun. Say it, Valen, rip the band-aid. No. The thing that I was about to say was funny, but controversial. Not that any of you would... I would like to say that nobody... If I'd have said what I was about to say online, none of you would have been surprised. It still very much follows my morals. So it's not something I'm ashamed of, but it's just whether I want it on the internet forever in a way that can be clipped out of context. Do you know what I mean? You have to make a paddling of healing. Wise decision. Pains me that you won't, but it is wise. Yeah. How's it going? I can't give a duck. How you doing? Yorkshire Mike, how's it going? Because the government don't understand how the internet works. Not all. Because do you know what it is, Yorkshire Mike? And this is every fucking government pretty much in the entire world. It's because it's old men. Well, old people in general. Old people are in charge of the government. They don't understand how fucking technology works. One of the major issues of internet law is the fact that law takes so fucking long to pass and the internet moves so fucking quickly. This is the reason why AI pornography is still such a massive fucking issue, because it's like, is it illegal? Is it not illegal? Well, I feel like it should be illegal, but you know, it's not entirely sure. You know. Scott be a queen, how you doing, you beautiful bean? Doing all right, thank you very much. We're having a pretty serious conversation about the Online Safety Act. Again, what are the chances? What are the chances? Censoring for comment effect, that's all right. It's good. If it's been deleted by the mods, it'll been deleted for a reason. And that isn't a front on any of you. It's just the mods know where my standards lie. For sure. Great circle back to the previous topic. I didn't think I had PTSD from working the COVID wards until watching Grey's Anatomy about one of the characters had a meltdown, a bit of PPA. I joined him in the meltdown and really hit to reassure how I had much therapy since. I'm fine about gloves now. Yeah. What happened was fucked. And you have every right to have a really visceral emotional reaction for it. I know a lot of people who work for the NHS and it was horrible. And made worse, you know, by the choices of people in power. Senate study found that the brain had still developed more than the funding got pulled. They stopped the study after the age of 24. Now that's taken out of context, and it's the true age of maturity. When in fact the theory is that the brain never stops developing. I see. Thank you very much. Except now you need a credit card instead of PayPal. Yeah, but the whole PayPal thing is actually the whole Australian Women's Guild fucking bullshit. Not the Australian Women's Guild. The Australian charity that declared to be for the kids fucked up PayPal's interaction with Steam. And I would rather just be able to tick a box that says I'm over the age of 18, enter my fucking date of birth. Do you know what I mean? But I would rather have to apply for a credit card, because I don't have a credit card. I'm now having to get a credit card in order to buy the games that I want to fucking buy on Steam. But I would rather my bank have all of my bank that has already got all of my personal details and all the like verification of my ID and shit like that, because I trust my bank's internet safety. I would rather my bank have those details and me have a credit card with that bank than me have to give it to a random third party of the internet. Do you know what I mean? Credit cards is how the internet used to charge in the first place for boobs. They took payments with age verification purposes. Yeah, back in the 90s, that's how it used to always be. Yeah, for sure. So the reason the study is being quoted as brain stops 25. Yeah. Finley beat you to it. Yeah, no, I got you though. I appreciate it because I didn't realize that. So the brain stops developing at 25. Actually, it doesn't. It never stops growing, never stops developing and adapting and changing. The more that we learn, the more that we grow, the more that accidents happen to us and medical conditions happen to us, the more toxins we put in our body. It makes sense that the brain would constantly develop and change and stuff like that, for sure. Excuse me, over on Steam, because I have a debit card, not a credit card, because my credit score isn't good enough to get a credit card in the first place. My credit score is not very good at all, Grand Zenarch. I have a fair amount of debt. Not loads of debt, but I have a fair amount of debt. So I'm just gonna get, honestly, I will just get any credit card, even if it's a god-awful credit card with terrible like overturns and shit like that on it, purely so that I can verify my ID and then never use the credit card. But like, yes, I have verified through the medium of credit card. I will now never use this. Who to trust, banks or government? The issue is Next Zebra. The issue that I've got in that regard is the fact that the government aren't doing it themselves. If the government were rolling out the Online Safety Act and had their own system that was in the government as part of, say, the HMRC or as part of some government portal that was all in-house with the government security systems backed by the government, I would feel a lot more safe and secure. I don't like the government, but I trust that they, for their own fucking safety, they have to have certain levels of cybersecurity. They have to have certain things. Like the job center has got better cybersecurity than a lot of these places because it is part of the whole government. I've got the same combination on my luggage. This government portal currently has your passport and driving license in one place. We back? We back? We said too much? Have I been deleted? The government's yeeted me. The government got me, friends! It got me! Oh. Better sweep the house, bullocks. Justice for Valence spyware. So that is why we don't talk about politics, because you get deleted off the internet for a moment, just as a warning. Just as a warning. Hey, you, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Don't talk about these things. That's not okay. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk about sensible things like the government actually, you know, backing up their own systems. Don't do that. No, you're not allowed. Not allowed. Not permitted. Ooh, that was a bit scary, wasn't it? That was a bit scary. Stan was watching and your words combined with your not grey hair made him lose his cool. To be fair, if fucking Starmer was watching, if Keir Starmer was watching, I'd literally be like, hey, before you, here's my bit of advice for any politicians working. Before you pass laws, speak to actual experts. Not random fuckers that just tell you what you want to fucking hear. Not people with the best ideals. Speak to actual experts. Speak to a cybersecurity industry expert. Speak to a Bill of Human Rights expert. Speak to fucking experts in the field so that you aren't fucking laughed at when you roll out stupid fucking things that never work. And then you constantly talk about it like it is working. It's like, oh, well, you know, all of the people have been visiting Pornhub a hell of a lot less. Yeah, because they can't get on Pornhub. Instead, they're going to sketchy website fuck.com. Because that's easier to get to, where they can still finger blast their own piss holes in order to get off on one without having to give over their fucking government ID. Jesus. I agree with you, and I fully don't understand myself, but there are ways of making things secure. There are, to a certain degree, Stupedia. I don't think this is it. I think this is a real... And you are allowed, you are absolutely allowed within this environment, within this community, you are allowed to disagree with the things that I say. Absolutely. If you think that government ID is a good idea, then that's on you. That is absolutely on you. You are allowed to have that opinion. I wholeheartedly disagree with you. Not because I don't think it would be easier, but because I do not trust the government with that amount of information on every single one of the UK citizens. I do not trust enemy governments not to be able to get that access. I do not trust enough for all of my information to be in one location. They talk about it. They talk about like digital ID, where they're like, oh, well, you show your ID when you buy alcohol in a store. And I'm like, yeah, I show my ID because I pull out my fucking wallet and I'm like, here is my ID, and I put it back down again. That person doesn't take a photo of my ID, keep it in a file hidden away, making sure that, you know, they can access it any time they fucking want to. They look at it, go, that's his date of birth. Cool, there you go. That amount of data, and I genuinely do think that people don't fully understand how important that kind of data is. I genuinely think this, because I didn't. I very much remember being the person where I was like, what the fuck does it matter? What the fuck does it matter if people, like, know what I spend my money on? What the fuck does it matter if people know what kind of fucking toilet roll I like to use? Or what kind of food I like to eat? Or what kind of sex toys I buy? What the fuck does that matter? But the more that the more information they get about you, they call it profiling. The more of a profile they can get on you, they'll know all of your habits, they'll know what you're after, they'll know all of the different dynamics. And then if there is ever a situation where they invent something to be illegal, which, bearing in mind that one of the UK laws used to be you cannot fuck a dead fish. I literally have a book in the other room called 100 Stupid Laws. There was once a law in the United Kingdom where a woman was not allowed to drive a vehicle unless her husband walked 10 foot in front of the car, warning everybody that his wife was driving the vehicle. That was a UK law. That was a law in this country that a woman was not allowed to drive a car unless her husband walked in front of the car, warning everyone that his wife was behind the wheel. Once upon a time in the United Kingdom, it was a prisonable offense to hold hands in public. A prisonable offense. I do not trust any government with the ability to make up laws willy-nilly with the amount of data to be able to track and trace us in any way, shape, or form that we want. I do not have enough faith in you. I am a perpetual fucking optimist. I think the beauties and the love and the exquisiteness of the human race are second to none. The amazing things that we do as a species are phenomenal. The progress, the way that we can evolve and change and push forward, and for the betterment of the entire species and the planet as a whole, we do amazing, amazing, amazing things. However, look at who's currently in charge of the most powerful countries in the world. Look at the laws that they are rolling out. Let me put it this way. Actually, this is fucking horrible to say. This is really fucking horrible to say, but it's true. The United Kingdom, in this country, it is currently legal for the LGBTQIA to exist, to get married. In America, that is changing. They have just got rid of the ability for, in many states, they've got rid of the ability for same-sex marriages. In the United Kingdom, certain political factions want that to be a case. Want that to be no same-sex marriage, LGBTQIA is illegal. With digital ID being linked to our bank accounts with a centralized depository of all of our information, all the things we've ever bought, every subscription we've ever had, all of this information that is easily accessible through stuff like a digital ID, every job that we've ever had, every bank account we've ever opened, all of that information in one place that can use AI to track our habits. All they would need to do, some government in the future, I was about to say, friends, just remember, no, like, in fact, you know what, mods, do you want to stick us in emo only for a minute? Do you want to stick us in emo for a minute? Because I appreciate the crying and no politics. I appreciate that. Thank you, mods, and just lots of love to the mods right now. Emote only for a while because I realize this is going to be pretty controversial. I might spike some people's furies and stuff. But not on me and not on anybody here, but just on account of the fact that it's it's going to inflame a lot of people, because I know that we have a lot of people in here that are LGBTQIA, that are trans people, that are what have you, you know, like we have a very varied and wide variety of people. But say theoretically that the government, the most right-wing, xenophobic, homophobic government get into power, and they go, cool, we want to track down all of the gay people in this country. With digital ID, they'll be able to do it overnight. Within 24 hours, they will have a list of everyone's addresses. Anyone that has ever purchased a subscription to Grindr. Anyone that's ever looked at gay porn. Anyone that's ever bought a jockstrap. Anyone that's ever looked at a website that is pro-LGBTQIA. They would be able to get all of that information overnight. And I know that there'll be plenty of people in the community that are sat there very rightly thinking, Valen, that's a bit fucking extreme. That's a bit fucking extreme, mate. Come on now, that's a bit of a piss take. But is it? It might be extreme, but it's still it might be extreme, but it is within the realms of possibility. And with it being within the realms of possibility, until that concept becomes a complete preposterous idea that it would never ever happen because there's a million things in place to stop that shit from happening, I will never be okay with digital ID. Until such a time as there are a dozen laws that stop people from rounding up people they don't like because of their age, race, religion, sexuality, gender. Until those things become completely fucking impossible, I will never be okay with digital ID. Because digital ID does make life easier, but it also makes it easier to trace people you don't like. It also makes prejudice easier. And that's where I have an issue. That's where I'm like, I don't trust any of these people with my data. I don't trust them with anybody's data. Do you know what I mean? Okay, mods, can we get a line and then we'll undo emo only? we'll stop that. But thank you very much for listening to my my fears. My fears. And again, massive thank you, mods, for your panic. Your panic. Yeah, Gilus has redeemed praise the mods, very rightly so. Friends, can we throw some mod loves in the channel to say a massive thank you to my moderators for being wonderful and glorious. All right. Oh, and mods, I've just seen what you've put in the mod space on Discord, and I very much appreciate that. You beautiful means. I appreciate you very, very, very much. Can we do a welfare check on the mods, please? How you doing, mods? You doing okay? You doing all right? Are you shaking a lot? Oh, do you know what? I'm gonna have a brandy. I'm gonna have a little brandy. Little brandy. I don't normally drink openly on stream unless it's a party, but I feel like a little brandy. It's the end of my brandy as well, to be fair. in my fancy glass that has a little teat on the bottom. Look. Have a sip for me. I have almost 4K in car repairs to deal with. Oh my god. That is pretty vile. A whole bottle of scotch. I'm fine. It's on the brandy now. Good luck. It's only one glass. We're all right. We're okay. It's really difficult to not be political when there's so much stuff going on in the world. Generally not being specific about politics with this comment. No, I get that. I can't give a duck. I genuinely get that. I get how difficult it is. I know how difficult it is because I do it. Fucking hell, the conversations that I have. This conversation has been hugely political. It's been hugely political because everything that we do, my existence as a bisexual man is political. Anyone here who is part of the LGBTQIA, anybody here who is trans, anybody here whose gender is non-conforming to the binary, anybody here who isn't a white man, a cisgender white man, a cisgender heteronormative white man, your existence is political. So I really get, you're aware that I'm on medication that I can't combine with alcohol. You hurt me. No, Senbar, no. It's only a little brandy. It's only a little brandy. When you're off your medication, I will have a brandy with you. Sometimes you need to burn the senses a little. Yeah, I don't drink when I'm unhappy. You all know this. I've got a rule in my life. I do not drink when I'm in a bad place. I feel like this conversation has been super fucking important. Super important to have these conversations, and I genuinely really appreciate the fact that this community can have these conversations with respect and understanding, and also understand that if anybody does accidentally, and I do believe it's an accident, cross those lines, which the mods are fully aware of where my lines are. If you do accidentally cross the line, then the mods delete your comment, and I really appreciate the fact that none of you take that personally, because it's not a personal thing. It's the mods are upholding my rules and regulations, which is hard in and of themselves, but also hard to know where you stand with my rules and regulations, because here's me being like, no politics, and then here's me being like, by the way, political things are fucked. Do you know what I mean? So you know, brandy results in discussion about cocks upside down looking like mosquitoes. This is true. This is very true. Yes. Sometimes, if you ever looked at a person with a penis when they stand on their head, it looks like a mosquito. Anyway. What is brandy really? Don't think I have a name for brandy here. Oh, what is brandy really? Brandy is like fortified wine? I want to say wine. The old rare French brandy. I think it's kind of like... Oh, there we go. Yeah. So brandy is made using the best white grapes from Champagne, Bordeaux, Burgundy, and beyond. The distilled spirit is then matured in oak to create our silky smooth, rich, rounded taste. It's kind of like whiskey. The whiskey brewing process. Oh, Jesus Christ. Everyone who likes brandy is now going to get pissed off with this. It's like a whiskey brewing process, but not with whiskey ingredients, but with grapes, effectively. Fortified wine, stuff like port and stuff like that. So it's not a fortified wine. It's made differently. Liquor produced by distilling wine. There you go. 35 to 60% alcohol by volume. Typically consumed as an after-dinner digestive. Yes. Or in my case, just when I'm feeling particularly pretentious. Yeah. I'll never do a politics stream. However, it's always okay to have healthy discussions and issues that touch on politics like the one we just had. Maybe never is a strong word. Yeah. I will never do a stream where I sit and just go, right, we're going to talk about politics today. We're going to talk about voting. We're going to talk about policies. We're going to talk about these things. What we'll do is we'll talk about a different subject that may touch on politics. And when, like, we talked about the Online Safety Act. The Online Safety Act is a regulation that we all have to adhere to in the UK at the moment, blah, 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 blah. But there are political ties that need to be discussed, you know? So we're not talking about politics as a subject. We're talking about other subjects that touch on politics. Makes it easy to divine. Yeah. And good Valen missed my quip about this. But excuse me. What are you saying? Oh my god. Got such an itchy nose now. Sip of brandy, instantly allergic. Let's get a little bit, yeah. A little bit of edging, right? Always wanted to try Buckfast. Oh, there's loads. In my hometown, next Zebra, there's quite a few bars that have Buckfast. I have tried it several times. It is messy, for sure. Found up until 3.5 hours ago. I will never do a politics stream. Last time I lost however many followers and so many moderators. Yeah, lost 50 followers and 3 moderators. I will now censor chat so I can talk politics anyway. I feel called out. Well and truly called out. Pal, oi, pal. I've got quite a few Scottish pals, but actually, yeah. Whatever the command, yeah, put the dick in dictator. That's the one, yeah. Whatever the command was, yeah. Was your hometown in Scotland? No. My hometown's Hull in Yorkshire. But regardless of the fact that it's Hull in Yorkshire, there are quite a few bars that have Buckfast here. There is actually a band called the Buckfast Tramps. Sembar doesn't like censorship. I know. Did it anyway. Must be love. What are taters? Taters are potatoes. I put the dick in dictator, and thus penetrate potatoes. The penis potato. Exactly. The penis potato. But yeah, so all in all, the Online Safety Act doesn't fucking work. It was never going to work because the people who put it in place don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They keep massively lying to everyone about it. Like, it's very easy to see that it's lies. There was recently a thing where the British government were quizzed by the Canadian government as to how well the Online Safety Act was working, because the Canadian government are thinking about rolling out there, and every single thing that the British representative said was certifiably wrong. Like, it was really obviously fucking wrong. Yeah, Authenticator, yeah. It was quite frustrating to watch. Because yeah, it was quite frustrating to watch because it's just really annoying to see that many lies. When you're just like, the proof is right there. The evidence is right there. And what I think is even more annoying is the fact that if any of the Canadian government officials decide to Google anything that the UK government are saying, they will see that the UK government have been lying to them. It's very easy to discover this information. You know what I mean? Killer Queen Rage, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky individual, you? Good lord. Do you know what, Authenticator? You have just made me think of something. Look away. The ring is not for you. Yeah, you've just made me think of something. I'm gonna have to do it on my phone. Ooh, interesting. Okay. 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 Oh, friends. Okay. Do you know what isn't affected by the Online Safety Act? Do you know what isn't affected by the Online Safety Act? Audio smut. You're allowed to listen to all of the rutting in the world. The smut peddler is on it again! Well, in principle, I am pleased. Yeah. The Online Safety Act here in the United Kingdom bans Wikipedia, Reddit, and some pornography sites. It also bans reference information to suicide. It bans journalism that have any reference to controversial issues. It bans political statements in reference to any controversial issues. Perfectly fine with people listening to heavy breathing and squelchy noises. Just very interesting. Just a very, very interesting differentiation, isn't it? Isn't it? I get, it's very interesting. You know? Jam, you cheeky devil. I'm not affected. I'm not affected. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. Valen SMR. Vane SMR. Yeah, that's it. That is it. I'm becoming an erotic ASMR artist from here on, friends. Prepare yourself for my sultry tones. I could speak to Ruby True. I'm sure she'd hook me right up. Right? That include audiobooks? In principle, Jessica Bean, I only checked one website. Let me check another one. Nothing. Audio smut websites don't even have a tick box that says I'm over the age of 18. When you initially go on them, I haven't signed up to any of them, so maybe it changes when you... Maybe it changes when you sign up, perhaps. But apparently it's perfectly okay for under 18s to listen to erotica. It's not okay for them to watch it. There's just, who the fuck would I even speak to about that kind of study? Who would I even... Sexologist? No, we'd have to... It'd have to be like a socio-political economist, excuse me. To understand, a sociologist maybe? To understand why it is that there is such a massive difference between visual pornography and audio pornography. Because I would love to do this study myself, but A, I don't have time, and B, I don't even know where to begin. What kind of information would you start with that? What about smut on reading apps? Do you know what? I can literally go on to AO3. Let's have a look. Oh, this work could have adult content. Do you want to continue? Yes, I continue, please. Nope. No Online Safety Act popping up at all. So literary and audio sex, perfectly fine. Literary and audio pornography, perfectly okay. Visual pornography, which, let's be very, very clear, has a primary audience of men. It is usually men that appreciate visual stimulation more than anything else. I feel like I need a giant corkboard and a load of pin tacks and some like red ribbon, like red thread. I need a conspiracy board, friends. I need a conspiracy board to talk through why it is, just to sit and work out what the fuck is going on, why it is that visual pornography is so condemned. And there's already a theory that I have in regards to the fact that visual pornography, especially in this day and age with stuff like OnlyFans and what have you, empowers women to make money for themselves. They are able to become rich. They are able to make money for themselves. They are able to do all of these things for themselves, and they are not accountable to any men. And it takes the industry, primarily on the overhaul, takes money out of men's pockets and puts it into women's pockets. Whereas when it comes to audio stuff, the majority of audio artists are men. So it takes money out of women's pockets and puts it into men's pockets. And that's where you get into like this sort of misogynistic patriarchal society dynamic that really, which is where I feel like that all begins. But when you start looking into the dynamics, like there's one thing to look at the financial element of it when you're already aware of a patriarchal system. But when you start digging deeper and being like, okay, they are now making laws that are prohibiting Wikipedia, Reddit, political coverage, journalism, and visual pornography, but are not covering literary or audio pornography. That's like next level shit. Pulls back drapes. Here, see how smut peddlers wear. Considering my experience in that world lately, I'm not thrilled. No. It's a shame there's not smut section on Audible. I'd subscribe then. There are others. Next Zebra. The ones that I've just checked out were Quinn and Femtasy. Those are the ones that I've just checked out there, which are audio things. Quinn, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I know that we have smut peddlers in the community. Quinn is more role play based, and Femtasy is more story based in regards to the smut, if I remember correctly. You would strongly discourage people from using Quinn. Ooh, interesting. Is there gossip? Tell us gossip. Authenticator. What is it about Quinn that you disagree with? I don't know anything. Femtasy. So, like fantasy, but with fem in front. Like that. There's absolutely... Yeah, there's loads of them, I would imagine. Oh, there is a on Audible as well, yeah. Still can't get in my head around that one. In Denmark, is affected by that act only on X of all places. Well, LaMail. So I know that the Online Safety Act does affect social media sites, and it has affected Twitter. I refuse to call it X. It has affected Twitter. But also, Twitter cannot contain the amount of bots that pop up just spamming tits. Nearly every post that happens on Twitter has a response with somebody being like, behold my tits. Behold, look at me being plowed, right? Now you write for me? Jesus Christ. I don't even want to consider the concept of me becoming an audio smut artist. For two reasons. One, because I don't have the time. And two, because it'll start me getting my imagination going. I already owe Cliterature Corner one from the dares from the fucking the birthday party I had. I've still got to sit down at some point, work out some kind of audio erotica, send it to Cliterature Corner so that I can show you their review. What? God damn it. Damn you, cheeky devil, make myself big enough to hide the pinned post. Oh, what have you done? God damn it. God damn it, Sembar. God damn it, Sembar. That's how I said going to get anything in a few years. Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude, I love the way you people communicate with each other. Victorians go back in time and discuss. Oh, yeah, I know, right? Could you imagine? Feels like how 5-year-olds can legally drink alcohol, technically. Yeah, they can have one drink with a meal in certain public establishments or something like that. Spencer, yeah. Sex therapist, yeah. The sociologist with a focus on sexuality, yeah. What about smart on reading apps? Yeah. That, or I'd just do the course myself. Just become a sex therapist myself. All of information here, yeah. There's a lot of smutty books on the Kindle app, yeah. It's getting late and I'm getting up early. No worries, Eric. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you popping in. You have about theory? Yeah. You mean to say these old white men have not thought about audio and fanfics, mutt? Senbar. Senbar, nail on the fucking head, sunshine. Study over. Oh, thank you very much, Jam. Appreciate that. I'll send you an invoice for my hourly rate. Nail on the head. In exactly the same way. That in the Victorian period, they made homosexuality between men. They made gay illegal, but they didn't make lesbianism illegal. Wow, because they didn't want to give women ideas, yeah. Do you know what it rings of? Do you know what it fucking rings of? It rings of cisgender men who turn around to their girlfriend being like, yeah, you can sleep with women because that's not cheating. That's what it rings of. No worries, Jessica Bean. You take it easy. Thank you so much for popping by. It's good to see you again, cheeky devil. Do not need a conspiracy theory board. Sometimes I do, though. Sometimes I do, right? I think there's an absolute link between gender, age, and why audio or written pornography material is not considered. Yeah. Generally speaking, and we're talking about the binaries here, and we're talking about the binary genders, and we're talking about very generic things. Generally speaking, cisgender men tend to prefer visual stimulation. Cisgender women tend to prefer, as per a variety of studies, audio stimulation. And smell. Cisgender women tend to be a lot more into smell. Obviously, there are people that break the news, change the news and stuff like that. But, yeah. Silly me, there was a thought chance of Alan moving on to some subject. No, good no. They don't know about it or consider it just women's silliness. Yeah. Perhaps it has to do with plausible deniability, visual, unless it's CGI or AI, obviously what it is. It could be shades of grey elsewhere. Sound works, perhaps, maybe, Kismet. What about Mills and Boone? Isn't that classic literature? You know a creator that's just started using it. Really? Okay. Sam Chow, no worries. Rach, you take it easy. Shower well. Bathe yourself with us. Interesting, Authenticator. I've just read what you've said about Quinn. Okay. Not trying to be political, but I will dead name Twitter until the day that Elon Musk calls his daughter, by her name, yeah. I mean, it's not political. I will call it Twitter because it pisses Elon Musk off. And anything that pisses Elon Musk off is a good thing in my book. Behold my tits is sadly never how one presents them. I would be aroused and amused if they did. Are you serious, Mayor Whitefire? Good lord. That's exactly how I take my top off. Take my top off and behold my tits. Trying to change subjects away from politics and I've stooped to bribes. Keep him talking about smut. I do like smut. I do like discussing smut. Is it a good subject for me? Uh-huh. There's bedtime stories. There are bedtime stories. They're not necessarily any better. Oh, things were deleted. Yeah, I was about to say, just be aware, friends, as much as like the mods are under, as I've said many times already this stream, the mods are under very, very strict instructions, not only about politics, but also about any potential of dramas. And what I mean by dramas is we don't want to be naming and shaming anybody. We don't want to be talking about rumors. We don't want to be talking about bits and pieces. Like, I appreciate that Authenticator has just talked about the fact that they're not happy with Quinn because of this thing. I haven't looked into that information yet. And it's not that I don't trust Authenticator, but if I'm going to put my fucking name to something, if I'm going to start the chat off on some description of things, I do not like drama. I don't like internet drama in any way, shape, or form. I particularly do not like creator drama. Because Jesus Christ, does it spiral very, very, very quickly. So if the mods have deleted comments, which I can see that they have, if the mods have deleted comments, it is absolutely because they are falling within my personal strict instructions around making sure that we don't spiral any dramas and rumors and bits and pieces, okay? You are welcome to take these conversations offline. You're welcome to send DMs in Discord, as long as everyone's consenting, all that jazz. You are welcome to do that, more than happily to do that. But I don't want to start spiraling any rumors without me personally having looked into the information. So again, thank you, mods, for adhering to my personal lines and bits and pieces. And also thank you to everybody else for being patient with the moderators deleting things, because they are doing so on my instruction. I love the fact that fanfic sites. Yeah, exactly. Well, this was the thing. AO3, Grand Zenak, I would have expected to fall under the Online Safety Act. Abso-fucking-lutely. I have read some of those stories. Jesus Christ. They get real explicit. Real explicit. Someone went to college and wrote Mills and Boone to pay his way through university. That doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, thank you very much, Semba. Appreciate that. The only ever seems against men being homosexual. Yeah. Because I like to be in charge, like Zebra. Absolutely. Some is an understatement, right? Is it cheating when you marry them? When you marry women, well, they'll still just think it's a phase, Nibirin. They'll still think it's just a phase. They'll be like, no, a woman marrying another woman. They're obviously just like, don't worry. It's that classic phrase. And I'm sure that many of you will have fucking heard this, especially if you are a woman who is bisexual or lesbian, where you have a man come over and be like, what's that? You're a lesbian. Don't worry. I'll cure you. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll cure you. I can fix you. Or pansexual. Yeah. Any woman with another woman. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Like we did not win the Victorian woman protest. The suffragettes. Danae Raven, 100%. Depends on the age rating of the filters when searching for fanfics. No, even then, Grand Zenak, I've literally just gone in now and found, I literally typed in the word smut and it came up with a thing just being like, this may contain adult content. And then I just like said, yes, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Perhaps a wee dig about men not reading anything. Amazing. Smell, why are you calling me out like that? Look, I'm just saying what the data shows, Authenticator, all right? I'm just saying what the data shows, okay? All listening, very low hanging fruit. You're all with me in the shower. Keep discussing smut. With examples, please. I can't give examples, Rach. That's against terms of service. See, Twitch are on board it. Twitch know that you can't talk about smut on stream. Oh, God. Having a hot shower. Or maybe a cold shower, Sembar. To calm Rach down, you know? Be harder to flash you from behind the monitor. With this new setup, this is true. Too many screens in the way, right? Maybe I should install a mirror. How you doing, Tinks? How's it going, you beautiful bean? We are indeed flamboyant fuckers. We're having quite the interesting conversations tonight. It has to be said. It has to be said. I remember such dramatic declarations of tits from someone. You would think, for sure, right? So cringe when they try and fix you. Onyx Void, I don't even fucking I can't. I've seen it happen with my own eyeballs where I've literally like, you know, because I'm a meerkat. If I see some shit and I'm like, that something's going on there that I'm not entirely sure about, I'm like, or just sat having a conversation. Yeah. Yeah. Just keep an eye. Just keep an eye on what's going on. I have literally been in a bar having a conversation with a friend, seeing a guy approach a table with two women on it, and then being like, yeah, we're together. And the guy be like, oh, don't worry about that. I can fix you. Or, and I don't know whether this is worse or not, where he turns around and goes, oh, cool. So three-way then? My soul can't take it. It can't take it. I just can't. I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake. I keep an eye just to make sure everything's all right. But those women were fucking sweet. They were just like, no. Even if either of us were interested, you would never be interested. Good Lord. You're disgusting. Just fucking horrible. What have you done? What have you done? I didn't see an alert for it, but my phone's just been like, there's been an email. Tinks! Tinks! Friends, could we have some emotes in chat for Tinks, please? Some ego emotes in chat for Tinks, please, for sending a cheeky little donation. The alert didn't seem to go off. God damn it, Tinks! Thank you very much, you beautiful being. That's very, very kind of you. Donating to us, you cheeky little devil, you. I see that Sembar's pinned post worked. That's even more annoying. It's even more annoying. Asexual say that too. Oh God, Nibrin. Yeah. You're asexual? Don't worry, I can fix you. What? Fuck off. What? Oh, it's evidently not working. It's not updated. It's not updated. But that has definitely got some stuff on it. I don't know why it's not connecting. Evidently, Ko-fi is having an issue today. Or maybe Twitch is having an issue connecting today. Is it working on my page? Yeah, we're at 2%. This is incorrect. I broke it. I think the government broke it when they tried to stop my stream. Yeah, to which I respond, thank you for removing yourself from the competition. Yeah, entirely fair. Entirely fair. Then we got the question from a guy at work. How do you know you don't like men if you've never slept with one? Mayor Whitefire, surely the answer to that is how do you know you don't like men if you've never slept with one? That would be my instant answer. If a guy came over to, like, if I was a woman having a wonderful lesbian relationship, and a guy came over and was like, how do you know you don't like women until you've slept with one? Or if you've never slept with one, I would be immediately saying, oh, that's an entirely fair point. How do you know that you don't like men if you have never slept with one? I feel like you look like you would be really good with another man. I tell you what, I will fuck you once you've shagged another man. Once you've put your money where your mouth is, and you've taken it roughly from behind, I will happily sleep with you. Yeah? Sounds good? Let's go. Because, I mean, it's not impossible, but I would like to think that no bisexual man out there is ever going to turn around and say something like that. I just can't see it. I just can't see it. You know? But pegging only? Yes, Nibirin. Like, oh well, now you've fucked a man. Yeah, I'll fuck you the way that you want to be fucked. Pulls out strap on. Let's fucking go. Valen, I can fix you. Good fucking luck. It's fine. The conversation about smut is over. We have moved on from the smuttening. The great smuttening. Just repeat the question back at him, and yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh God, yes. Maya Whitefire, 100%, 100%. I screamed at that at people before they didn't listen. Oh my God. Hot and steamy showers, the only way. The only way, right? Didn't do anything? Yeah, of course you didn't, Tinks, cheeky devil. I'm aware that part of when you enter the site, a moment when you search the function on the site, they have age rating filters that separate different fanfics into specific rating, like mature. And you know what? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Because if I'm after smut, if I'm trying to go in to read some smut, the last thing I want to do is sift through inane levels of bullshit. Just, oh, romance drama, oh, period drama, oh, bits and pieces, oh, fucking whatever, blah, blah, blah. I want fucking smut. Smut. Right? The arrogance, that is worse. Yeah. Plokia, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Unrelated comment to discuss, but I love your top color. Thank you very much. It's like this emeraldy color. I'm a big fan. Why are men? Yeah, good call. honestly, Spencer. As a man, good. It's a good question. As a cisgender man myself, good question. Why are man? I will say, as much as I completely and utterly agree, sympathize, and empathize with everybody who is like, oh, men. Because I am also like, oh, men. There is a fatigue with always being the bad guy. And this isn't a not all men situation. Because it's all men until it's none of us. Completely and utterly agree. But there is a fatigue that comes with the association. And I'm not saying that anybody has ever like accused me of anything. But there's definitely been conversations that we've had in this community where there is a lot of man hate, a lot of hatred towards men that has happened for completely understandable reasons. But there is a fatigue that hits you where you're just like, I agree with everything you're saying, but I am also very much feeling the fatigue of being associated with the villains here. I feel that fatigue. And this is where I don't agree with, but I understand where, like, the origins of some toxic male behaviors where it's like, oh, it's not all men. It is all men until it's none of us. It's always the loud minority that fucks it up for everyone else. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I do agree with that. But that doesn't mean it's any less of an endurance. In exactly well, no, do you know what? Maybe that's I don't want to say exactly the same way. In a similar way to the endurance that trans people have to suffer just by existing. You know, like they get attacked from all sides constantly, just because they're trans, and that's completely fucking unfair. 110%. And it will be fatiguing, absolutely. Yeah, but this Authenticator, that is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. What? Okay. Before I go into this, I'm gonna ask what you mean by it's not a minority, because I don't wanna mistake this. When you say it's not a minority, do you mean it's not a minority of men that are perpetrators, or do you mean that it's not a minority of people who have been affected by the transgressions of men? It's getting late. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna catch up with chat while Authenticator's typing. If my mouse works. Oh, it's run out of battery. Course it has. The one time that I'm scrolling. I know, right? It's terrible. Moments when when I have no filter and let them know they are unwelcome in every way. Yeah, 100% Onyx Void, 110%. And then there'll still be people that don't fucking listen by any stretch of imagination. Do you know what I mean? There we go. Good job, Vaughn. I didn't say anything. I know. You broke it. I broke it. I did. Don't want to poop. Hoping to be back before midnight. We'll be definitely gone before that next breath. Sorry.
Kind.
Sorry, you cheeky devil.
Waving hand sign water wave. Hello, beautiful PPL.
How you doing, you cheeky devil?
Time.
I will. I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. Not right now because I'm way behind on names, but I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. None of them Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? Yeah, now? Oh, right, okay. It's not a minority of perpetrators. There are those who actively harm and commit crimes. Yes, I agree. Well, I wouldn't say that they are the majority, but I understand where you're coming from. And then the dangerously indifferent men who condone and approve by not actively policing themselves because they benefit from the patriarchy. Also recognizing the fatigue you described, but please understand this. It is a challenge because I face the fatigue as a cis woman of always being a potential victim. I understand and respect that fatigue because you are always on guard. Completely get that. I compare it to sharks. When people talk about the whole not all men scenario, I compare it to sharks. Not all sharks are man-eaters, but everyone is wary of sharks. That's where I'm at. No one's free until we're all free. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. I also agree that there is a proportion of men that benefit, and we are talking cisgender men here. There are a proportion of cisgender men who benefit from saying nothing. Not doing anything themselves, but for saying nothing. I will also say that I think the majority of men that do say nothing aren't agreeing with the actions, but they are fearful of what happens if they disagree. There was a thing a little while ago. Where a variety of people in the LGBTQIA were saying, if you are not constantly fighting for our rights, then you aren't an ally. And I disagree with that, because not everybody has the ability to constantly fight for the rights of those around them. Not everyone has the capability, the mental capacity, the spoons. They're dealing with their own shit all day, every day. They're dealing with their own anxieties. They're dealing with their own fears. And I think it's unfair to turn round to the person that has constantly supported the charities, constantly been there for their trans friends, constantly been there and supported in a background variety, that they are the same. They are not equal to those that stand up like I do and stand up at the fucking front and go, no, you're fucking wrong. And I personally, as a strong advocate for women and the LGBTQIA and every minority there is, I have personally been in situations where I've kept my fucking mouth shut. Because in that situation, if I'd have said anything, I'd have been left in a fucking puddle on the floor. Because there is an element of knowing when to pick your battles. Gotta work a job. Yeah, exactly, mate. I agree. It is overkill. But that was what they were saying. Like a lot of these LGBTQIA individuals were saying, if you're not constantly fighting for our rights, then you aren't an ally. Daniel Sloss is a good, excellent piece about this. Yeah, I haven't seen the full thing, but I've seen a lot of it. It's that whole like taking accountability for ourselves and stuff like that. And I completely not agree, but there is a fatigue. When I'm surrounded by the LGBTQIA, I'm surrounded by women, I'm surrounded by people that are not toxic men. And when we are constantly the bad guy, there is a cloud that settles where you just feel the weight of your entire fucking gender, even though what you can do about it on a grand scale is limited. I call out people all the time. I disagree. I argue. I have those fucking conversations. I have the difficult conversations. And I also have the patience to have the difficult conversations in a way that will actually take the time to get through to a person who's being belligerent. But I would be absolutely fucking lying if I said that doesn't, that when people do constantly say, oh, well, you know, men are just always like that. I'd be lying if I said that didn't always get to me. Because I agree with you completely and utterly. I agree. Men do be like that. But there's still a part of me that goes, but I'm also a man. And I don't do that. And it feels like not all men. And then I fucking hate myself. I hate myself for thinking it. I hate myself for feeling it. Because I'm like, oh, well, I'm just like all those guys that are like, not all men, not all men, not all men. And I have to remind myself, no, it's not. It's the fatigue. This isn't you disagreeing with them. It's the fatigue of the fact that you are a man that does the right things. You know? And this is where I can see why, to get into a slightly different subject, I can see why incel culture and toxic male culture exists. Because when you are attacked from all sides all the fucking time and all you want to do is be the good guy, but even when you're a good guy, you're still attacked. It's so much easier to find people who turn around and go, hey, do you know what? You are the good guy. And not only are you the good guy, everyone should appreciate the fact that you're the fucking good guy. And it's wrong, and it's toxic, and it's fucking poisonous. But I understand it. Don't agree with it, but I understand it. As a trans man, I am tired of defending my right to exist. Oh, Linus, 100%. 100%. And I'm not, please do not mistake me voicing my own fatigues as a way of undermining anybody else's, because Jesus Christ, it's not even a comparison. But even though it's not a comparison, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And I understand that the root of that fatigue is the patriarchy. Don't get me wrong. The patriarchy hurts everybody. It hurts everybody. Guillotines for billionaires until morale improves. Yeah. Deconstruction for everyone. Thanos Loss is a beautiful man. Yes. From what I've seen of him, a lot of some of his comedy didn't appeal to me, but I've heard that he's a fantastic individual in regards to this specific subject. Hunger Games style, where they improve their odds of not getting picked by obeying all tax laws and philanthropists, billionaires. Yeah. I think the patriarchy causes a lot of fatigue for a lot of people. I'm sure it's rough on your side. It sure is rough on this side of it too. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But we need to let's also please be careful to not undermine each other's fatigues by being like, oh yeah, well, mine is worse. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing. Because I know that isn't what you're doing, Rach. I know you very well. I know that isn't what you're doing. It's just reminded me. That's all. Because a lot of these conversations, not wise to do comparisons here, could not agree more. A lot of these conversations crop up, and it's very easy to fall into the dynamic of oh well, you've got it bad, well, I've actually got it worse. And it's like, yeah, I appreciate the fact that you've got it worse. I am not undermining the fact that you've got it worse, but that doesn't stop the fact that I've still got it bad. We actually should be working towards the same end goal. No one is free until all of us. But yeah, yes, exactly what Finley said earlier, and I completely and utterly agree. And it's a topic, I have to say that this is a topic that I've been thinking about for a real long time that I have been avoiding. But I don't think it's worth avoiding anymore. I think stuff like this needs to be talked about. Because it's only through understanding this fatigue and this... It's only through understanding this psychological fatigue that people like me feel do we understand the root cause of stuff like the incel issue. And it is an issue. Because when it can be unhelpful and make the good men around you sad to keep talking about men being shitty, even though all fully get the feeling. Yeah. There is, honestly, Plokia, there is a unique level. A unique level of hatred and scorn and frustration. And I genuinely do not believe, I absolutely do not believe that anybody else will understand this. Of being a cis man and hating cis men as a generic conglomerate mass. There will be other unique experiences that you have that I also will never ever understand. Abso-frickin-lutely. 110%. But that specific situation, that specific dynamic, That is unique. And I don't think it's going to be understandable for the vast majority of people. I appreciate your work on behalf of all humanity. Thank you very much, Authentic. I appreciate that. Trans man, I'm tired of defending marriage. Yeah, as is right. As is right. I'm gutted that you have to defend your right to exist. Have you heard the song Not All Men by Morgan St. John? Jean? Maybe. I have not, Abraxas. I have not. I think without any serious, clear scientific studies claiming that it is the majority or minority that is bad and loud and very dangerous. Because of a lot of assumptions that are being made on personal experiences. Yes. Yes, I agree with that. I'm happy you exist and I hope you keep existing for a long time. Me too! I've seen some toxicity towards trans men as well in terms of why would you want to be a man? Oh, yes. Abso-freaking-lutely. That is in exactly the same dynamic as like bisexual women being considered spoiled because they have touched a man. Prejudice comes from all sides, friends, and we've just got to be aware of it for sure. For the sake of morale, sheathing my sword for today. I appreciate you doing that. Just staying in general. No, I appreciate that. Long day tomorrow then, but no worries, Spencer. You take it easy, Beal Bean. Thanks for swapping by. Appreciate that. Also thinking of sides is not helpful in this. We are or should be working towards it. Yes, I agree. I do agree. But in that, we also need to understand each other's experience. And I, as you all well know, I will sit and listen to other people's experiences all the time because I want to learn. I want to experience. I want to be a better ally where I can be a better ally. I want to be a better advocate where I can be a better advocate, especially as a cisgender white man. But I also need to not deny my own experiences. I need to not deny my own feelings towards situations. And sometimes those feelings are literally a case of being like, oh, that's interesting. Right, let me work out where that all came from. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of unpacking there to do. And then sometimes I'm like, do you know what? This is fatigue. You know? Equal opportunity complainer. So I often say, why are women as well? Because every gender has its one ingrained social problems. This is true. This is true. I would say that goes for all groups of people. Do you know what I mean? Was also not trying to start shit. No, I appreciate that. I think all it did was you focused a point of conversation. I know that you don't ever intend to start anything, but it was just a comment that focused a point of conversation where I was like, ooh, okay, let's unpack this, you know? I think we can all agree on one thing though. Everyone gets fucked over in life. Life isn't discriminatory and neither is death. That's it. Yes. I agree with you majoritively. There are exceptions to every rule. J2, how's it going? Welcome on in. It's already Tuesday. Not quite yet for me. 10 minutes yet. Everybody have their own fight to fight, pain, suffering. It shouldn't be a contest. Agreed. Sorrows and prayers are for you. Blood pressure, always good. Like it's hot under the... Oh, there we go. It's not a pie quote. Multiple people can be suffering. Someone else having pain doesn't take away from yours. Yes, very, very much so. Very, very, very much so. And we talk about that a lot in regards to physical pain, especially as we have many people in the community who have got like chronic issues. But that's something I'm really keen on talking about. Is like, yes, you are having a horrible fucking time. It is awful. I fucking fully sympathize and empathize in every way I possibly can with that. But that also doesn't take away from the fact that I am also in pain. You know what I mean? You might have snapped a limb. I have got a splinter in my thumb in a really inconvenient place. Do you know what I mean? They're both pains. One's worse, absolutely. But this isn't. This isn't. This isn't, you know? Still a bloody Monday for me. Still a bloody Monday for me. And that, friends, is where I'm going to leave it. Because I've been streaming for fucking hours. I streamed for 3 hours on a Monday night. And here I am, approaching 5. Not the splinter. I know, right? It was a random example. It was a random example. Friends, that's where you want to end on it? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fucking, that's it. That's all I've got. That's it. Fucking done. I'm going to take you somewhere that is really lighthearted and full of inane random shit. All right? Not the smut. Friends, go read smut. You're allowed to with the Online Safety Act. You're allowed to read smut and listen to audio smut. Go listen to people pretending to have sex. Go to that. Go to that thing, all right? Kaja, you beautiful being. How you doing? Friends, I'm going to go throw you to another wonderful human being. If you can stick around for the raid, I realize it is very, very, very late. I realize that it's very, very late. But if you can stick around for the raid, I would really appreciate it. So we can go throw some love at another wonderful individual, even if it's on like 5-10 minutes. Before we go anywhere, though, friends, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel to say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful moderators. Mods! Thank you for all that you do. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all you do in and out of stream. All the stuff that that you do for me behind the scenes and all the stuff you do for this wonderful community. I really appreciate it. Linus, thanks very much for thanking the mods. You got one important thing? Yes. Got to stop talking about legal smut. The government have clearly been watching you tonight. Good. In which case, they can take my advice and fucking speak to experts before initiating laws. Gee, god damn it, Semba. God damn it, you cheeky shit. Right, who are we going to go raid? Let's go raid somebody who's doing something real lighthearted, real fun, real chill, because we've been talking far too much inane bullshit. Do you know what? Let's go see you. Let's go see you. You're a good person. Friends, if you're a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you are not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. Nibberin's already thrown them out, but I'm throwing them out again. That's the first Bot of Vein raid message for subscribers. The second Bot of Vein raid message for non-subscribers. Like I said, friends, even if you can only stick around for the 5-10 minutes, I would really, 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 really appreciate it. We are going to go see a glorious friend of mine who is a member of my stream team because they look cute as a button. Stream freezing for anyone else? I am dropping frames. I am dropping frames, apparently. So we're just going to go straight into it. All right. If you're not up there, please click on the link that I've just thrown out there. It's taking its fucking sweet time, apparently. You angered the politics. I did. How dare I? The audacity. What a shit I am. If you're not in the raid up there, please click on the link that I thought I'd thrown out there, but apparently not. Fuck it. Oh, fucking hell. There. It's in there. It's in the link now. Jesus Christ. Friends, thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for raid the subs, gift subs, all the cheeky little bits. Thanks so much for all the donations. Thanks so much for the follows. Thanks so much for the calm, patient, and interesting ways that you people talk about some really fucking serious topics. I really, really, really appreciate it. You are glorious and spectacular, and I very much appreciate all of your love and appreciations. You beautiful, beautiful beings. You are glorious, and I very much appreciate you. To you lurkers, I appreciate you hanging out. To all you people watching the VOD, I hope that you've enjoyed everything and you've fucking, like, seatbelted in very well because Jesus, H. Christ, and the wee little donkey. Friends, I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. BST, that's 1 p.m. British time, where we're going to be playing some more Vampire Therapist, which means more mind-melty, interesting conversations, I am sure. Until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye-bye.